Good afternoon, dear members. I, Santosh Haldankar, Company Secretary of HDFC Bank, welcome you all to this 20th Annual General Meeting of your bank. I, on behalf of the board members and management, hope and wish for the safety and good health of all the members and their families. Pursuant to the provisions of the Companies Act and various SEBI circular, this meeting is being held through two-way video conferencing, other audio-visual means. A live webcast of the proceedings of this meeting is also provided on the website of NSDL. The bank has received 3 corporate representations for 116 crore 46,25,834 equity shares of the bank, which represents 20.97% of the total voting share capital of the bank. The register of directors and key managerial personnel, the necessary certificate from the auditors, and all relevant documents referred to in the notice of the AGM are available electronically for inspection by the members. Members who wish to inspect such documents may send their request to me. While we had provided the e-voting facility to members, the same is also available to the members during the AGM. Members who have not yet cast the vote may cast the same during the AGM. The process for e-voting is already provided in the notice of the AGM. Please note that members who already voted on the resolution by way of remote e-voting will not be able to vote again at the AGM. Participation of members through video conferencing, other audio-visual means, is being reckoned for the purpose of quorum. I now wish to inform the members that around 98 members are attending this meeting through video conferencing. Accordingly, the requisite quorum is present for this meeting. The annual report for the financial year 21-22 and the notice convening this annual general meeting has been sent to you in advance through electronic means. The notice and annual report are also available on our website. I am pleased to announce that both the statutory and secretarial auditors have given an unqualified report. Accordingly, with the permission of the members, I take the audit reports as read. With the permission of the members, I shall also take the notice convening this meeting as read. Now, without any further delay, I request the chairman, Shri Atanoji Chakravarti, to continue with the proceedings of the meeting. Thank you. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you, Santosh. I thank all the esteemed members, my distinguished colleagues on the board, auditors, and the management team for joining this meeting over video conference. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce all the board members participating in this meeting through video conferencing mode. I'll start with Mr. M.D. Ranganathan, Independent Director and Chairman of Audit Committee of the Board.
Hello.
Mr.
Hello.
Sanjeev Satchar, Independent Director and Chairman of Nomination and Remuneration Committee of the Board.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Malay Patel, Independent Director and Chairman of Stakeholders Relationship Committee of the Board. Mr. Umesh Sarangi, Independent Director. Mrs. Renu Karnad.
Namaskar.
Mr. Sandeep Parekh, Independent Director. Dr. Mrs. Sunita Maheshwari, Independent Director.
Good afternoon.
Mrs. Lily Vadera, Independent Director.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Shashidhar Jagdishan, Managing Director and CEO of HDFC Bank.
Good afternoon, dear shareholders.
Mr. Kaizad Bharucha, Executive Director of the bank.
Good afternoon, everybody.
We also have along with us Mr. Srinivas Vaidyanathan, Chief Financial Officer of the bank. The representatives of Messrs. MSKA and Associates and Messrs. MM Nissim and Company LLP, Joint Statutory Auditors. Messrs. Alvin J and Company, Secretarial Auditors, and Legal Counsels are also attending this AGM through video conference.
Yeah.
As confirmed by the company secretary that the quorum for the meeting is present, I call this meeting to order. May I now have the permission of all the members to take this opportunity to read out my address to them. Esteemed shareholders, distinguished colleagues on the board and management of the bank, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 28th annual general meeting of the bank. We are once again meeting in a virtual mode. Thankfully, we are now greatly protected due to successful vaccination drive of the government, and normal activity has resumed in all corners of our economy. While we get on with our normal lives, we should not forget immense sacrifices of those who kept the wheels of economy moving when the pandemic was at its worst. I salute the members of our bank staff who kept the operation going even in the face of this adversity. I shall now first share my perspective on the current economic environment and then provide you an overview of your bank's performance and the strategic direction as we see from the board. One of the world's leading economic journal called this year a year of predictable unpredictabilities. That was in the context of pandemic. This scourge mercifully has certainly eased in a fair measure. However, the world today is dealing with multiple unanticipated challenges that have put enormous strain on the trade flows and international financial system. Though expected, but inflation has reared its ugly head globally much too early. Resultant monetary tightening has led to interest rate increase and depreciation of the currencies all over the world. Unexpected war in Ukraine has disrupted global trade and energy supplies, increased crude, commodity, and grain prices. The pandemic-induced global supply chain issues continue on account of uneven recovery in certain countries, including China. These factors naturally have affected India as well. Having said that, we also see a healthy rebound globally in services, trade, and travel. How much impact monetary tightening will have on advanced economies is yet uncertain. We also witness economies in our neighborhoods and those in emerging economies that have been adversely impacted by the trade balance and inflation. IMF has predicted a lower growth for the year 2022-23. But nascent recovery in China, at least they are starting off in some extent, augurs well for the trade. GDP of India showed a healthy growth of 8.7% in the year 21-22. The government balanced the fiscal policy well. It ensured care for the needy, supported a massive vaccination drive, and yet pushed large-scale capex in infrastructure. Monetary policy was also very adroitly balanced by the RBI, and these ensured that there was no excessive money supply in the system that could stoke runaway inflation. Since a large part of GDP consists of domestic consumption, I see a healthy growth path during the year. It's predicated on the following factors: low level of corporate taxation after the reform in direct taxes, and a stabilized GST system that is now showing result in the form of higher tax revenues. Large amount of spending on infrastructure project through PM's Gati Shakti program. PLI scheme is already showing results, and manufacturing would get a further fillip on account of this, as well as on account of rebound in domestic consumption. This will also bring a larger chunk of global supply chain into the country and create a new set of diverse demand drivers. Services sector is rebounding sharply with IT sector on usual growth curve. We also see recovery in trade, travel, and hospitality. One of the important factors I would like to underline is Previous global crises had seen Indian financial and banking sector severely impacted, whether it was before global financial crisis or earlier. However, reforms, tighter regulation, financial inclusion, and introduction of technology have ensured that Indian financial sector today is in a position to fuel growth through credit expansion and bring innovation through fintechs. Digitalization at a large scale and formalization of economy has made the financial sector more transparent, competitive, and improved its reach. Capital market is vibrant and well regulated, and insurance sector has been opened up. These would, I strongly feel, underpin growth of Indian economy over next few years. Furthermore, with both RBI and government taking measures to combat inflationary measures, retained inflation is likely to moderate in the months ahead, providing further support to consumer demand. The medium-term outlook of the economy remains optimistic and macroeconomic fundamentals are still strong, putting India in a better position to weather any major global shocks. Therefore, I'm not surprised at the projection of growth of 7.5% recently by World Bank for 22-23 in spite of global headwinds. Your bank, as always, would continue to be a partner in this phase of country's growth as well. Let's now take a look back at the year that was. The bank has delivered well on its plans for 21-22 and continues committed to creating long-term value for its shareholders. Our performance has been, I'm happy to share that as a bank, we continue to have a very strong balance sheet, asset quality that is among the best in the industry, and sufficient capital buffer available to take advantage of future opportunities. We maintain and exceed the required standard of liquidity and capital adequacy and monitor the liquidity scenario closely. Our operational performance continues to be healthy with greater focus on our traditional prudence as we successfully navigate challenging conditions brought on by pandemic and external shocks that I have talked about earlier. Our focus on consumer first remains unwavering. For a very large customer base that we have, I do understand that there are grievances sometimes. Let me assure you that there is a very sound system in place for addressing customer complaints. Your bank has also realigned the employee incentive at the cutting edge to make it more responsive to the customer needs. The bank is also scaling up Net Promoter System implementation as a customer response measurement tool. We continue to invest in technological capability creation and have significantly strengthened our ability to serve our customers better. We continue to expand our distribution footprint in terms of our physical branch network, as well as new digital journeys that have been launched. We are also investing to ensure we have right talent to take advantage of the market opportunities. Now, let me update you on our stellar performance for the last financial year. The bank recorded an improvement in majority of its key financial parameters, largely on account of its traditional prudence, adopting new styles of working and enhancing customer delivery. Net profit at rupees 36,961.3 crore was up by 18.8%. Net interest income at rupees 72,009.6 crore rose 11%, while net interest margin stood at 4%. Gross non-performing assets at 1.17%, as always, were lowest in the industry. Our commitment to shareholders remains high. With the proposed dividend payout of rupees 15.50 per equity share for the financial year ended March 31, 2022, which will come up for approval of shareholders today. We continue to enhance our pipeline of products and services to stay competitive, while adding over 90 lakh new customers during the year, taking the bank's customer base to just over 7 crores. In spite of challenges in the operating environment, the bank opened 734 new branches over the last year. As we endeavor that an increasing number of underserved areas have access to a bank, we are also conscious of evolving need of modern consumers and are catering to future branches being equipped to be physical relationship centers. Our growth drivers are retail assets, commercial and rural banking, corporate banking, government and institutional banking, wealth management, and payments. I'm happy to state that we have made progress across all of these. Alongside, focus on technology remains to maintain a competitive edge in customer service, product innovation, as well as secure banking practices. We are also harnessing the strength of various digital platforms developed by fintechs and other startups for a larger customer base and improve the reach of the bank and innovate new products. The bank also proposes to harness the strong growth visible in semi-urban and rural areas of the country. We do not see priority sector lending as a merely regulatory requirement, but see this as a profitable product offering and would continue to lay stress on this. Towards this end, we also believe that there is a big opportunity to take the bank to several underbanked areas in the country. The bank would look at opportunities to further expand the current network of over 6,000 branches to help enhance its liability base, vital for pushing the credit growth. The pace of growth also means that we will add necessary manpower to cater as and when needed to the already growing customer base of over 7 crores. We met last year under the shadow of regulatory action as customers had some difficulty in accessing our products and services. However, I am very happy to state that over the course of last year, we worked closely with the regulator to ensure adherence to the highest standards of compliance. We are happy to share that restrictions on your banks are completely lifted following the progress we made on our technological investment processes and governance. We also utilize the time to draw up plans to meet the evolving digital requirements of our customers. The transformation journey for the bank is a holistic approach that will not only add new digital platform capabilities, but also look at strengthening as well as replacing our legacy systems, bringing in new age skill sets and strengthening overall security environment. We are also working to enable new age consumer experience by partnering with modern neotechs. Under our technological transformation agenda, we are investing to run the bank as well as build a future-ready bank. Sustainability is a core value of HDFC Bank. Our philosophy has been to create long-term sustainable solutions. As an organization, we have been committed to making a difference in the lives of marginalized communities, particularly in rural areas, while contributing to globally sustained development goals. I am delighted to share that through HDFC Bank's flagship CSR program Parivartan, we have potentially impacted lives of 9.6 crores Indian till date. Mindful that our action matter for our future generation, we are committed to a healthier and better planet, and accordingly, we have introduced a comprehensive ESG assessment framework for our corporate lending as well. People are our biggest strength. They have often gone beyond the call of duty at great personal risk to ensure that we were able to serve our customers through the pandemic. We are deeply saddened as we remember those within our ranks who are no longer with us. To ease the financial burden of affected families, your bank has structured and delivered a compassion package to the families of the deceased. As an organization, we recognize the value in investing in ongoing development of our people and have ramped up learning and development program of our employees. In order to ensure that incentive structure is in line with the organizational objective, your bank has recently introduced restricted stock option scheme for a very large number of employees that will give them a strong sense of connect with the bank. HDFC Bank is firmly committed to bring a more diverse and inclusive organization, and accordingly, the percentage of women in the workforce is continuously increasing. Merger. As you may be aware, your bank has announced a composite scheme of amalgamation of HDFC Limited along with its subsidiaries into HDFC Bank Limited on April 4, 2022, subject to various regulatory approvals. We have spoken on several occasions about the rationale and merits of this merger, so I'm not recounting them. Housing finance is going to be a huge growth opportunity and one of the key drivers of India's GDP growth over the next decade. With the advantage of lower cost of fund and strong distribution network that we have built among several other factors, there is a huge merit in seizing this opportunity. A large and more stable balance sheet that the merger would create would also enable us to step up our exposure and facilitate higher credit growth in the economy. We have made necessary application to various authorities. In this regard, the board is closely monitoring the merger proposal for approval of various aspects of the merger as required by the legal process. To conclude, I would like to summarize that given the anticipated resurgence of growth in GDP, the huge scale of banking opportunity in India, the enormous strength of our franchise and our resilient balance sheet, we believe that we are extremely well poised to leverage the immense opportunities that lie ahead of us. We'll achieve this by staying true to our core values of customer focus, operational excellence, product leadership, people, and sustainability, as well as adhering to the highest standards of corporate governance. Before I conclude, I would once again like to assure you that your bank has in place the strategy and the roadmap to achieve growth with stability and profitability. Last but not in the least, on behalf of board members and management, I would like to express gratitude for the guidance and support we have received from Reserve Bank of India and other government and regulatory agencies, as well as our employees and our esteemed shareholders. Thanks very much for bearing with me patiently. Now, this AGM is being convened solely for the adoption of financial results of the bank and transacting certain other business as specified in the notice. I would request you to restrict your questions pertaining to the same. We have been advised, our lawyers, that deliberation on the proposed amalgamation of the HDFC Limited with the bank shall take place at a separate meeting of shareholders to be convened at the directions of National Company Law Tribunal, known as NCLT. I therefore would request all shareholders to kindly restrict discussion at this AGM only to queries pertaining to the performance of your bank, as well as the agenda for the day, while the query on merger would be taken up separately in another shareholders meeting. Now I'd like to invite shareholders who have registered themselves as speaker shareholders to express their views at this meeting. May I now request the moderator to invite the speaker shareholders in order of their registration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin, let me quickly take you through the protocol. We will call the members one by one, and on their turn, the speaker shareholders will be unmuted by the host. Speaker shareholders are requested to click the video button appearing at the bottom of their screen before they start speaking. If a speaker shareholder is unable to join through video mode for any reason, then he or she can speak through audio mode. Speaker shareholders are requested to use earphones to minimize any noise in the background, ensure that Wi-Fi is not connected to any other devices, no other applications are running in the background, and that there is proper lighting to have a good video and audio experience. If there is a connectivity problem at the speaker shareholder's end, then we would ask the speaker shareholder to wait for a while and invite the next speaker shareholder to join. Once the connectivity improves, the said speaker shareholder will be called once again to speak after all the other registered speaker shareholders have completed their turn. I would also request the speaker shareholders to kindly limit their speech to a maximum of 3 minutes. Let us begin with the Q&A, inviting the first speaker shareholder for the day, Mr. Ratan Chand Surana. Sir, I request you
Hello.
to... Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Sashi Jagdishan, the Managing Director, distinguished members on the Board of Directors, and Sri Deepak Parekh. To start with, I would like to congratulate the Board of Directors for making a very wise choice of promoting an in-house member who have worked with this bank since the bank was founded. And I must congratulate them for this, as well as for not imposing an outsider on the bank. Now I proceed with some few questions on the financial statements. Though the financial statements are very elaborate, but some of the figures which I see on pages 255, 256 regarding the provisions, there is word used reduction, recoveries. It does not explain what does the reduction means. Is it a recovery or something else? Now I will just focus on gross performing non GNPA on page 255-56. It has gone up by 67% during the current year. The reduction in NPA has gone up by 89%. Excess provision reversal is 42% of the profit, which looks to be very significant. Does it signifies that the estimate of the provision was not reasonable? Then the fresh provision made during the year has gone up by almost 35%. The net NPA addition has increased by almost 300%. Recoveries is 254% increase, which is really excellent. I would just request the management to explain what does these words, reduction, recoveries, or write-off figures, if separately available. Of course, I do not want that you should waste your time in the AGM. They can always send me because my email ID is available with the bank. Now, my second thing which I would like to know from the management, as we are not supposed to talk on the merger, I would only want to know, has the board considered the demerger or listing of HDFC Securities and HDFC Financial Services? Now I will come to general. I will take just another 3-4 minutes. The bank has performed excellent as given on page 134. I do not want to repeat it. The growth in June quarter, as it was updated, advances has increased by 21.5%, deposit 19.3%, CASA 20%. I'm sure that the management would explain the quarter June result, which has just been approved today by the board. Now, this sort of performance in a pandemic year where the whole world is affected, and we just saw the JP Morgan result, which was horrible. But this gives tremendous confidence that in the bank management's ability to monitor advances and deposits and continue to grow with a reasonable level of provision. I was reading on page 133 about the mission and strategic focus. It is stated there that the bank did not lose human touch with customers in this difficult time, which I would really agree, because it is not only during the pandemic time. I remember it during demonetization also, when there was a huge rush outside the bank, because I deal with the other TT branch. They provided senior citizens the chair, the biscuits and all. And during this time, this pandemic, on 26th of January, about the human touch, I would just like to explain. On this 26th of January, my wife was suddenly taken ill and my credit card was not operational. I called Smita Kanchan, the other TT branch manager, and to my surprise, she immediately made arrangement to make sure that my credit card becomes operational immediately. And that's why I'm saying that whatever is stated on page 133 about the focus of the bank is really, really excellent. I just want to get confidence that the excess provision made is on a prudent side, or is it something else? Thank you very much, all the shareholders and the management. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your questions, sir. Inviting the next speaker, Mrs. Asha Lata Maheshwari. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है चेयरमैन साहब?
Yes,
हाँ
ma'am.
जी, आ रही है आशा लता जी, आप बोलिए।
हाँ जी, श्रीमान चेयरमैन साहब, मेरे सभी अन्य सभी डायरेक्टर भाई, मेरा नाम आशा लता माहेश्वरी। आप सबसे बहुत इच्छा थी मेरी मिलने की। आपको सबको पहले मैं सादर नमस्कार करती हूँ। चेयरमैन साहब, मैं फूल तो आपके लिए लाना चाह रही थी, किसी भी कारणवश मैं आपके लिए फूल तो ला नहीं सही, पर भगवान से प्रार्थना है कि आप हमेशा फूलों की तरह महकते रहें। उसके बाद मैंने बैलेंस शीट देखी और मेरे को देखकर बहुत ही अच्छा लगा बैलेंस शीट को देखकर, क्योंकि प्रॉफिट भी बढ़ा है। बहुत अच्छा प्रॉफिट बढ़ाया आपने। अर्निंग पर शेयर बढ़े हैं, डिपॉजिट बढ़े हैं, ग्रॉस एंट्री कम हुए हैं और डिविडेंड तो अच्छा दिया ही है आपने। इतने खराब समय को देखते हुए आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छे दिखाए हैं आपने। चेयरमैन साहब, यही कहूंगी सबसे पहले तो कि इस कंपनी को किसी तरह भी नजर ना लगे। और चेयरमैन साहब, ये आगे ये दो शब्द कहूंगी, आया है वो अवसर, आया है वो अवसर जिसमें आपकी मेहनत है रंग लाई। यूं ही मिलती रहे सफलता आपको, हम देते रहे बधाई आपको। चेयरमैन साहब, आपको जो रूरल डेवलपमेंट में जो प्रोग्राम है यह हमें बहुत पसंद आया। इसमें आपने बताया है कि 1000 गांव को क्लियर एनर्जी मिलेगी, 2 लाख एकड़ बंजर जमीन को पानी मिलेगा, करोड़ों पेड़ लगाए हैं जाएंगे और 2500 स्मार्ट स्कूल बनेंगे, किसानों को बहुत लाभ होगा। चेयरमैन साहब, आपने सब कंपनियों से अच्छा काम किया है। मैं और भी कंपनी में गई हूँ, पर इतना अच्छा काम मैंने किसी कंपनी में नहीं देखा। बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। ये देखकर चेयरमैन साहब आप मानेंगे नहीं कि आसमान में खलबली मची है। वो सब कह रहे हैं कि ये कौन फरिश्ता है जमीन पर चांद का चेहरा लिए हुए जो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहा है। हमने कहा भाई ये तो हमारे चेयरमैन साहब, हमारे एमडी साहब और पूरा बोर्ड है, सभी के चांद से चेहरे हैं, सभी मिलकर ये काम कर रहे हैं। इतनी आपकी प्रशंसा हो रही है आसमान तक। चेयरमैन साहब ही चेयरमैन साहब, हमारे जो बैंक और किसानों को, गरीबों का बहुत दुआएं मिल रही बैंक को। आपने एम्प्लॉय भी बढ़ाए हैं, तो चेयरमैन साहब मैंने देखा कि लेडीज 21% है, तो ये बताइए 30% तक कब तक हो जाएंगी लेडीज? और चेयरमैन साहब, एक दो बातें जरा पूछनी है कि जो इंटरनेट बैंकिंग पर हम इतना तवज्जो दे रहे हैं, तो आप प्लीज कुछ ऐसा करिए कि फ्रॉड कम हो, और अगर हो भी जाए तो कस्टमर को थोड़ा कंपनसेशन दिया जाए। आप जो सोशल काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे जो बैंक और किसानों को, गरीबों का बहुत दुआएं मिल रही है बैंक को। आपने एम्प्लॉय भी बढ़ाए हैं, तो चेयरमैन नहीं, आप जो सोशल काम कर रहे हैं उसमें हमारे जैसे सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए भी कुछ की सोचिए, जो बहुत पुराने हों, अपने बहुत सीनियर सिटीजन जो 10 साल से पुराने हो, उनकी दवाइयों पर कुछ कंसेशन दीजिए चेयरमैन साहब। और चेयरमैन साहब, मुझे एक बात लास्ट में ये बताइए कि मैंने बैलेंस शीट देखा, इसमें सबके फोटो हंसते हुए आए हैं, तो चेयरमैन साहब आपको क्या बात है, आपका कोई फोटो हंसते हुए नहीं आया? तो क्या बात है जो आपका फोटो हंसते हुए नहीं आया? मैं अगर आपके लिए 2 शब्द कहूंगी, चेयरमैन साहब माफ कीजिए, मुझे जरा क्षमा कीजिए। आपके फोटो के लिए मैं आपके लिए 2 शब्द कहूंगी, अगर आप अगले साल भी नहीं पहन के आए तो दिल दुखी होगा। अगले साल पहन कर आइए आप, और मैं आपके लिए कहूंगी हंसते हुए जो आएंगे, जब आपको देखे तो कलियां मुस्काएं, आपको देखकर जुगनू मुस्काएं, हंसते हुए देखकर रात की रानी लहराए, आप चांद की चांदनी से भी ज्यादा हसीन कहलाए। चेयरमैन साहब, अब इसलिए ये सुनकर अगले साल तो जरूर मुस्कुराते हुए आप आइए। देखिए कैसे कैसे सभी लोग मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। और यहाँ मैं सभी एम्प्लॉयज एग्जीक्यूटिव को भी सैल्यूट देती हूँ, जो बहुत सब मिलजुल कर मेहनत कर रहे हैं। और इसी के साथ मैं हमारे सेक्रेटरी की बहुत सराहना करूंगी, जो बहुत ही मीठा बोलते हैं और इतना मीठा बोलते हैं कि अगर उनके जैसे सभी लोग हो जाएंगे तो ये बैंक तो कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच जाएगा। अब तो वैसे भी मर्जर होने जा रहा है, तो प्लीज मैं कहूंगी वो जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं उनका ड्यूटी आप सब पर लगाइए कि इतना ही वो मीठा बोले तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। और मैं सभी एम्प्लॉयज एग्जीक्यूटिव की सराहना करूंगी, जो बहुत मिलजुल कर अपना सब काम कर रहे हैं। और चेयरमैन साहब, लास्ट में मैं इतना ही कहूंगी, यूं ही हासिल करो सफलता, एक दिन आप इतिहास रचाओगे, इतिहास रचाओगे। और करो हर वादा, पूरा करो हर वादा को, सारे जग पर छा जाओगे आप। और चेयरमैन साहब, ये कहते हुए मैंने जैसा कि कहा है, मैं सभी एम्प्लॉयज एग्जीक्यूटिव को सैल्यूट देती हूँ और सैल्यूट देते हुए उनको सलाम भी करती हूँ। और ये कहते हुए उनको मैं आशीर्वाद देती हूँ और कहूंगी उन सब की जय हो, जय हो। ये कहते हुए मैं कहूंगी मैंने सभी रेजोल्यूशन में स्ट्रांगली सपोर्ट कर दिया है। और फुल सपोर्ट देते हुए अपने सबको शुभकामनाएं देते हुए मैं आशीर्वाद देती हूँ।
Thank you, ma'am. Inviting the next speaker, Mrs. Hutokshi Patel. Ma'am, I request you to turn on your camera and your microphone. Are you there, ma'am?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you. Respected Chairman, respected Mr. Jagdish, our MD CEO, Mr. Kaizad Bharucha, the lady director of I thank Mr. and the assistant for giving us.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but your voice is not clear. If in case you can make any changes in your setting, I request you to do that.
Now you can hear me.
Yes, that's better. Thank you, ma'am.
Please do tell me if you don't hear clearly. Respected Chairman, Mr. Jagdish, CEO, Mr. Kaizad Bharucha, the directors on the board and other directors. Very good afternoon. I thank Mr. Our company and the secretary for setting. Thank you very much. Thank you. And absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt once again, ma'am, but there seems to be some issue with your audio. We request you to connect once again. Chairman, sir, with your permission, can we please move on to the next speaker for now?
Am I audible now?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible now?
Inviting the next speaker, Mr. Aloysius Mascarenhas. Sir, can you please turn on your audio and say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Respected Chairman, sir, very distinguished members of the board and my fellow shareholders. Good evening to you all. My name is Aloysius Mascarenhas. At the outset, I thank the management, company secretary and his team and the registrars for sending me the balance sheet which I received on time. It is exhaustive, adhering to all the parameters required for a good corporate governance. Our results are excellent as shown by facts and figures in place with beautiful photos. All and the 10-year highlights which is shown in the balance sheet in page number 120 gives us a detailed history of the company year on year for the last 10 years. All the increase in PBT, PAT, dividend income, dividend payout, ROC, all ratio analysis, everything is shown in page 120 with the historical background. Also, you have given uh, highlights, 24 highlights, milestones, which is very worth seeing, and the progress of our bank. It, I think, is one of the best bank India has ever produced. Now, here I would like to know, sir, what is our future plans? How many new branches? As it is, we have got 700 and odd, 734 branches. How many new branches you are going to open or launch in India? And also, have we many branches abroad? If so, in which countries do we have our branches? I would like to know, sir. And where do we stand in the rank 1 to 5 in the Indian banking industry? And what is our market share? And I'm very happy to note about our CSR activity and good risk management. And I would like to know what is the effect of the current RBI policies on our bank, and in short, the government policies affecting our banking sector. Sir, many questions have been asked by my previous predecessor, and many more will be asked by my succeeding shareholders. So I would like to stop here, wishing you personally, all the board members, and more importantly, all the employees, all the very best in the days and years to come. With this, sir, thank you very much for patient hearing. Hello, Mrs. Nasarena.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed with your question.
I can, Mrs. Mascarenhas, Celestine Elizabeth Mascarenhas, registered. Respected Chairman Atanu Chakraborty, MD and CEO Shashidhar Jagdishan, members of the board, my fellow shareholders attending this virtual meet. I am Mrs. C.E. Mascarenhas, attending, speaking from Mumbai. First of all, I thank our company secretary, Mr. Santosh, and his team. Already previous also said, and I also endorse that view. He is always very calm, patient to any query when we ask, I like, we are sometimes with upset, we phone him, and he so coolly attends. I like the way, like, he is a speaker at my request and giving me this beautiful platform. Now I go to the balance sheet, very good document, very good, well documented, and of course adhering to all the corporate norms. Working this time stellar. PBT PAT up, EPS also up. Good dividend of rupees 15.50. NPA has come down. That is really highlight. CAR 18.9, very good. EPS also up. Next is, I congratulate for all the awards and accolades received during the year. Also, I appreciate the CSR work done by our HDFC bank and the team. Also, I appreciate we are becoming ESG compliant. Have we, with this, have we done the rating? What is, if it is done, what is our rating and who is the rating? Name the rating agency and the rating what we have received. Sir, I would like to know how much of carbon footprints we have reduced during the year. Now my queries. Total employees are 1,41,579. What is the attrition level? Next is, our total branches are 6,342. Any added in this quarter? See, the maximum outlets are in the rural. That is 1147 branches in the rural. Any more to be added in the rural zone? Because rural is now going up like anything. The next question is, what is the FCNR rate of interest, as RBI has asked all the banks, private and nationalized, to get more of FCN deposit for wedding of the rupee going down and down? My next query is, we are in wholesale banking, retail banking, loans, treasury, etc., etc., which gives us the maximum margin compared to the capital employed, as day by day capital cost is going up because of higher rate of interest. My next question is page 48 to 51. I refer to page 48 to 51. Various type of risks are given so beautifully, namely credit risk, market risk, compliance, operational risk, climate risk, liquidity risk, information technology risk, cyber security, and data risk. So I would like to know, among all these risks which are enumerated there, which is the one which is more difficult to handle, and how do we handle this? Mitigation is given. With HDFC Limited merging with HDFC Bank, I'm just saying an outline. The total capital will rise. Will our market capital will also become more than double? I only would like to see doubling more than that with the merger. And my question the merger is, why did we find that this is the best time for the merger? Would it not be after 5 years or earlier to 5 years? I would like to know a little bit on it. Rest, I have supported all the resolution. I wish my company, my bank, all the best, as we are the backbone shareholders. We are the backbone. So management is the brain and our staff is the hands of the bank. So I wish all of them the best. We are a one big institution with HDFC Limited with it. With this, thank you very much. May God bless you all. Thanks once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your questions. Inviting the next speaker, Mrs. Homayun Poradehi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Well, we are all shareholders right from the inception of the company. We had even purchased when we were offered, the shareholders of HDFC were offered HDFC Bank. We are shareholders since those days, very old shareholders. Now, of course, we heard your presentation very well.
From
And
HDFC.
This thing, company, full faith in it, but I have to say one thing, though I was told in the presentation not to mention it. I'm concerned, so I will just mention one line regarding merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank. I hope the market cap becomes double. I just want to caution you all, we had very bad experiences with mergers. Vedanta merged with our Sesa Goa and other companies. We stopped getting dividend, and we were getting such good dividend, Sesa Goa and other companies. Subsidiary of SBI got merged with SBI. We were getting very handsome dividends in the subsidiaries. State Bank of Bikaner, Jaipur, and so on. It got merged with SBI, not one single paisa dividend. Well, I'm not cautioning you all. I'm just drawing your attention. Before you start, please be careful. Please think of our shareholders. Of course, we have great faith. We know who is the management. So this will not happen in our company. Another thing is regarding now, is it all the employees are working in the bank? Because during pandemic, they were not. They had to provide the same services, but all the employees could not work in the bank. It was as per rules and guidelines, but still, I tell you, they managed so well. Now, regarding internet, we go to the bank, they say the system is down, internet is not working. Please find solution to this problem in this age of digitalization. Please. Another thing I just appreciate, the ATMs always work. There is an ATM here on my way to when I go to Pedder Road, HDFC. Everybody goes there. It always works. Keep it up. Whereas another ATM just next to my house, it never works. Another thing is, you have mentioned about more than 700 branches you have opened. So how much time it takes for one branch to break even? How much, or does it depend on the city or the area or the town or the village where the branch is? We want to know. And that's all I have to say. We are very proud of our bank. We wish our management all the best and looking forward to still better performance, still better market cap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Inviting the next speaker, Mr. Adil Irani.
Have I been unmuted?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. Respected Chairman, Managing Director, all the other directors, and my dear staff of HDFC Bank. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Of course, I bought the share because of HDFC, because of Deepak Parakh, basically. And I'm holding those shares. Only now the son is going to take over from the father, basically. So we are only going to have HDFC Bank. Original HDFC no longer to be there. And I'm a proud hello. I'm a proud account holder with the Malabar Range branch. The staff over there are very good, very efficient, especially Pampa Das and the cashier, Mr. Sachin. They are basically all are good. And I think they are doing more business in that small place than Union Bank, little down the hill, Malabar Hill. The space in Malabar, that Union Bank, maybe 5 times more, but the business maybe HDFC Bank is doing maybe 10 times more. Basically the staff is not even afraid of sharing their mobile numbers, whereas in this other bank like Central Bank and Union Bank, they don't share the mobile number. So we old people become difficult for us if we have any queries. That's it. I will not take, and all the good things that have been said by the previous shareholder, I will not repeat all the good things. Again, thank you very much for everything. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, Mr. S. Raman. It appears Mr. S. Raman has not joined us yet. So with your permission, I invite the next speaker, Mr. Gautam Tiwari. Hello, sir. Please. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, very hearty, Honorable Chairman, sir, distinguished Board of Directors, and all other eminent directors, Team HDFC Bank Limited, and my respected fellow shareholders. I am Gautam Tiwari, attending the meeting from Mumbai. Dear sir, hearty congratulations to you all for one more grand year of success. Sir, I really wanted to meet you in person and meet you with flowers, but due to Corona, it has all changed. Sir, I would also like to congratulate each and everyone involved in the preparation of annual report, notice, and which is really informative, well designed and colorful and dispatched in due time. Sir, our secretarial department headed by Santosh Hardankar and their associates, his associates Lakshmi, Nandikeshan, Karishma, Kashishi, Nirav, all are giving such an excellent service, which is it is really outstanding. And Mr. Hardankar, he is so polite, so humble. We have not seen a single shareholder having come with some issue or some problem and going back again with the same problem. Anyone who has come with any problem has gone smilingly with total satisfaction after getting the problem solved. We really thank our secretary department for such a humble and excellent service. Also, sir, the services of NSDL and the Zoom technical team and our moderator is so nice, so much cooperative, and so much assisting the shareholders, speaker shareholders rather, to attend the AGM virtually. It is really also outstanding. I am really thankful to all the service personals, and especially thankful to the management for choosing such an excellent service providers for shareholders, stakeholders, and investors for our bank. Dear sir, I thank the bank management for paying rupees 15.50 paise per share dividend on face value of rupee 1. Chairman sir, you have told us not to ask any question about employees, but I would just one small thing which is there in my mind. Sir, merger of HDFC Bank and HDFC Parent Company Limited is going to take place, but the employee's retirement age in HDFC Bank is 60 years, whereas HDFC Parent Company is 58 years. So post merger, what will be retirement age of this? If at all you can answer, I'll be happy. Or afterwards you can answer, sir. Sir, I congratulate the bank for winning various awards and accolades time and again, and for excellent CSR activities, especially in the villages for developments of villages and construction of schools in rather rural areas, and for which are very much useful to the public at large and helpful to the public at large. I congratulate the bank for identifying such excellent CSR activities, areas, and locations for doing this extraordinary service to the society and the community overall. Sir, bank should really do something for senior citizens. Yes, sir. This is the suggestion, sir. This is very important. I have seen, we have been there with you right from the inception of the bank and with all HDFC group of companies. Our company is doing excellent CSR activities. But sir, please do something for especially senior citizens who have attained the age of 60, 70 or more, especially for their medicinal purposes and other strata as wished by one more shareholder. Sir, congratulations to the bank for reducing NPA and for trying to become ESG compliant in future. Dear sir, I would like to know what happens to the who would be the CM of HDFC Bank post amalgamation. Anyway, I'm not supposed to ask this, so I'll proceed further. Sir, what is the attrition rate of our this FY 21-22 of our bank employees? Why in-house share transfer activities were outsourced, sir? And sir, are you planning to give special dividend at parting gift to the shareholders after merger? Sir, how many physically challenged employees do we have in our bank? And sir, employee strength of female employees is less. Sir, supply chain constraints during the COVID period has impacted to what extent our business? And how many frauds? Sir, importantly, sir, we see how many frauds have been noted in our bank. I wish that none of it. And how many complaints we have received and how many are remaining unsolved and how many have been solved. And rest also, I support all resolutions. We are very much, sir, all the employees, all the staff, right from top to bottom, are giving excellent hospitality and excellent polite service in almost all the branches of our HDFC Bank, for which we are really thankful, sir, to all these employees, staff, and executives and officers whosoever are in our staff of bank. Sir, I support all resolutions. Also, I support all appointments and reappointments of our directors, and have already voted in favor of them in advance. And we have total trust, confidence, and support, and we will keep on supporting the management as we were supporting before till we breathe our last. And of course, I wish you a happy, healthy, wealthy, and long life and durable life, and wish you a bright future. So one more thing that I must say, Mr. Jagdishan and our MD and CFO have done the excellent work, and I have brought the bank to this level where we are standing now. With this, I once again wish you all the best and a very bright future and long, happy, healthy, wealthy life to you all those who are connected with us in future to come. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you with the happiest fortune and happiest blessings, sir.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the previous speaker, Mr. S. Raman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is totally a purely personal affection to the chairman. Will you give me about 3 minutes? There are people who can compliment you each and every customer service. I am here a customer who has been harassed. I have returned to Mr. Sachidhar Jagadishan, Mr. Parag Rao for an appointment for 10 minutes. They have not even responded. I have returned to Mr. Parag 17 times because there are competent speakers to speak about the annual reports and everything. Mr. Santosh had entered into this picture because a close friend of mine for the last decade. I am a customer with the bank for 2 decades. I am a customer with your parent body for 3 decades. My wife passed away 2 years back. I wrote to your bank. Your branch manager had the audacity to call me. He said that despite 70 years of age, during the pandemic period, he wants me to come to the branch and show him the original death certificate. This is the way you have a customer service. Tell me, sir, I'll be the happiest person. I say close down my account. That also they say you got a demat account. And the demat account is deactivated. After 1.5 years of exchange, they have deleted my joint name of my wife. Nobody is going to come to you to tell that my wife has passed away and give you a death certificate. Even the courts of India, governments of India, Reserve Bank, everybody is accepting email communication. What stops from the bank to accept an email communication? I have written in this regard to Mr. Jagdishan. Since he is a South Indian, I thought I being a South Indian, he may be able to help me out. Mr. Srinivasan is the board of member, is also a close friend of my brother-in-law. I tried, nobody answered. It takes 18 months to delete a name. This is the customer service. I'm very pathetic service. I'll that you just give the delivery code. When we give the delivery code, he says, you give me a proof of identity. I'm a resident of this place for 20 years. The bank has got all the records. He is the third party. Your agent is not a person. The bank has got all the records. The bank is sending me some documents. I do not know what document had come to me. This delivered to me on 9th of March. I'm still to open it because your bank has sent to me an SMS saying that it was snatched by me from the courier. I am a senior citizen of 70 years. I have a honesty to my name. I come from a family of religious people who obey the God. Okay. I just asked for withdrawal of the snatched message. It has not been withdrawn despite 4 months. I'm yet to open. I don't have any fancy to any credit card or a debit card. I don't have anything. This is the way you treat the customer. Okay, I don't want to appreciate anything because the people, elite people like Ashalata, Maheshwari or Surana, they know much better about the annual report, whom I have dealt with for last 30 years. Okay, in the bargain, I will say I am ashamed with the behavior of Mr. Parag Rao and very, very happy with this. Santosh has spoken to me and he wanted to meet. I went all the way to meet him and he could not meet me. He put somebody else and I met them. I conveyed it. After that, I received a email saying that you just ignore the SMS. That ignore is not a proper word, sir. You accused me with the way saying that I have snatched it from somebody. And after you shared the mobile number to the Blue Dot Courier, I have received about 12 mails, SMSs and phone calls saying that my accounts are being blocked. No numbers. I have forwarded them to the branch also. No action is taken by the bank. And I went to the bank to deposit some money. The bank number 2 person in the branch said that the deposit receipt will be with the bank. You will have to come and after collect it 8 days. On the 3rd day, the deposit receipt is delivered to me at my house. This is the level of your staff at number 2 level in the branch. Please, I have nothing against any particular individual. Please increase their knowledge how the bank functions. I have nothing against any individual. This is the level of this. For every now and then, I cannot go and knock the doors of Mr. Santosh Haldanko, a very good friend of mine, because I have also associated with the same profession for the last 40 years. Now retired life, waiting for my last day, waiting for the return ticket to be confirmed by the God. to see my wife there. And this is the harassment your bank is giving. Please, please don't harass. If Mr. Jagdishan wanted to meet me, let him give me an appointment on any day at your cost, not at my cost. I can't spend money. I have to come all the way to Thana to Worli. Give me after 2 p.m. because up to 1:30 I am busy every day, cooking, grooming, and everything. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, Mr. Aspi Bhesania. Hello, sir. I request you to turn on your camera as well as your microphone.
So let the moderator give me the option to open the camera. Okay, can you see me and hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We can see and hear.
Yes, we can.
The first quarter was quite good year on year, but quarter on quarter it was slightly down. And if you see segment results, treasury profit was very low. Is it due to M2M less losses? Even retail profits have gone down quarter on quarter, whereas year on year it's gone up. So how do you see the current year going forward? And after merge of HDFC with us, so will the housing loan portfolio increase to such an extent that we won't be able to give any further housing loans? That's what somebody told me. So if you can clarify whether we can give housing loans after the merger or not, till we reach that threshold limit. Thank you, sir, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, Mr. Ajay Venkatesh Bhagwat.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Ajay Bhagwat. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you all. My name is Ajay Bhagwat. Apart from being a shareholder of this bank, I was an employee of this HDFC bank for the last 16 years. And for the last 9 years, I was in Crawford Market branch as branch operation manager. And in that period, 3 years back, I had collapsed in the branch during office hours. And I have undergone angioplasty with 4 stents placed in my heart. So after that, in 2020, I requested Geeta ji, Vinay Rajan, I did not request. I requested Parag Shah to give me a transfer to some lighter job. But these two people didn't bother to help me out. Ultimately, then I suffered from diabetes also. And later on, on 28th of September, I collapsed in the branch during working hours in front of customers. I collapsed and I was admitted to the GT hospital. All these reports, all the 3 years reports, I have forwarded it to email to Vinay Rajdan, to Mr. Shashi Jagdishan, and to Parag Shah, but it has gone to deaf ears. This is how you treat your staff. For 16 years, I have been working, slogging. And during the pandemic, for the 2 years, every day I used to board the 3 buses I used to change during the pandemic time, and I used to attend office at Crawford Market branch from Daisar East. And still, I just wanted to request Mr. Shashi Jagdishan, the MD, to continue giving medical facility. You all are giving so much CSR projects to all the rural areas and all these things. But a staff who has worked for 16 years, who has spent so much 12 hours slogging in the branch and with no adverse audit comment. And still, I was requesting Parag Shah, Vinay Rajdan, and Geeta ji to please continue giving medical benefits because I retired because no one bothered to give me a transfer to a lighter role. I had 3 years still service to left, and my wife is a housewife. I'm still starving because I don't have any other income. But I wanted to work, but these people never allowed me to work. That Parag Shah is a hopeless person in this world, hopeless person. Let me tell you, Mr. Vinay Rajan, I forwarded him, even on the day when I resigned, I had forwarded my this also, that because no one allowed me to give me a lighter role, I was resigning. But still, still I was, not taken care of, and the staff, even when I collapsed in the branch, I was taken like a, dead body to GT hospital. And there I took a forceful, discharge and consulted my cardiologist and all these reports. And I've got 4 stents in my heart, now diabetes and high blood pressure. After 16 years and 36 years in banking, I started my career with ANZ Business Standard Chartered. And now, in the fag end of my career, these people have not supported me. Is this the way you all treat your 12 hours and all audit comments during me as a branch operation manager at Crawford Market branch? My employee number was A6132. A6132. Please make a note of it. But my medical benefits, I'm asking you all, requesting you all to please continue me because I have no other income. I don't have any other source of, and I was forced to resign because no one was giving me a transfer to a lighter role. Arey, how can you all treat a staff who has slogged out during pandemic 2 years also? 3 buses has to change, and from Dahisar East, I has to come daily to Crawford Market branch. And you know that area, and you know the customer base also there. It's so horrible, but still I did my duty religiously. I have done my BCom, LLB, CAB also. But all these qualifications have gone to waste. At the age of 57, when I retired, I requested the management to Paraksha also and to Utkarsha Trivedi. Utkarsha is a hopeless lady. Please continue to give me medical benefits. At least, medical benefits, I'll pay the premium. But whatever y'all give after the person who retires at the age of 60, please continue me at the age of 57. Because why I retired? Because y'all didn't bother to give me a lighter role. Still, I can work. Now, Ashokman branch also has been open. If you're given opportunity, some work, at least I'll earn something. And how I have to take out my days. If my longevity is still 80 years, how I will survive? Because here we don't get pension in private limited bank. We don't get anything. Whatever was provident fund, everything, I got everything. But with that, with the rate of inflation, I won't be able to survive much. Should I take to suicide? Because just being is it wrong that I have been a staff of HDFC Bank? And for one more thing, Mr. Shashi Jagdishan, for last 16 years I have not been promoted. I was in a part of Centurion Bank. I got because of the merger we came to HDFC Bank and I didn't get a single promotion. Very shame on you all. Become LLB CIB and with 18 years in foreign bank I've worked. But no regards to that, no regards to that. I have collapsed in the branch and the security guard is taking me like a dead body to GT hospital, neighboring GT hospital, and admitted me and they paid the expenses. But the branch manager, Himanshu Shivasu, didn't bother to come and meet me also. I took the discharge and took the taxi and went home by myself. And last 2021 November, September 28, I collapsed due to high blood pressure, 180, 220. But still, no one bothered to come and see me also in the GT hospital. From six crores of rupees spending. I am asking for medical benefits to be continued as a staff member because if I would have retired at age 60, I would have got the medical benefits. Now I don't have enough money also, and the medical. If you all have continue, if you can give me the medical benefits, I'll be highly obliged, sir. That's my humble request. Please continue to give me the FHPL and all. Continue to give me the medical benefits, sir. Because I have no job, nothing. I'm sitting at home, sitting idle. But I wanted a lighter role. At least I could have, continued for 3 more years and I could have got some salary, my maintenance, everything. I could have, eaten something good, vegetables and fruits. But now with this balance, provident fund and gratuity, I can't survive for a long time. My wife was serious. I asked for sabbatical leave, but sabbatical leave also was not given to me. Shame, yeah. Instead of that, they are telling me, we'll release you early. Is this the way you treat your staff? Please have some humanitarian grounds. At least support me on humanitarian grounds. With folded hands, I'm requesting the chairman, the MD, and to all the board of directors to please have mercy on me and please give me medical benefits to be continued till I die. My wife is a housewife. I don't have any other income. This was my only job. Still, I had to leave because of that Paraksha. God will definitely teach him a lesson. God will, and that's Utkarsha Trivedi. God will definitely teach them a lesson. I was a branch operation manager for 9 years and no adverse audit comments. Thank you all. But Mr. Shashi Jagdishan, sir, I humble request you, please approve to give me medical benefits, sir. Please. My humble request with folded hands. The chairman, sir, please, my humble request, sir. 16 years I have worked with HDFC Bank, not a single promotion. For last 4-5 years, I didn't get increment also. Then after Indian Assam came, at least I used to get some 60,000, 70,000 or 80,000 bonus and all. But before that, no increment, nothing, because I reached that bar and all this stuff. No promotion, nothing. What was the motivation level? But still, I did my duty religiously. During the pandemic also, 2 years of pandemic, I used to come to the branch daily, attend and give proper customer service. I used to write in Twitter also, but no one replied me on Twitter. That Mehmet Damodiwala, he should be sacked there. He should be sacked. That rascal is writing me to
Mr.
You
Bhagwat, maybe other speakers are also waiting to speak, so you may like
Okay,
to
no problem.
conclude.
Yeah,
please.
yeah, thanks a lot. But I would humbly request you all to please approve medical benefits to be continued to me as if I have retired from staff. Please, that's my humble request. I hope you all have got my point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Inviting speaker number 12, Mr. Vinay Vishnu Bide.
Time element.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Fine. Chairman Mr. Chakravarti or Managing Director and CEO Shashi Jagdishan, other esteemed directors present on today's AGM. There is some disturbance in the background, please. Can earlier speaker, please, Hello, I'll start again. Our Chairman Mr. Chakravarti, Shashi Jagdishan, Managing Director and CEO, esteemed directors present on today's AGM, fellow shareholders, company executives, good afternoon to all of you. We have performed very well in the past financial year. I've just got two questions to ask from the reading of the annual report. The first is regarding the net interest margin. The net interest margin we have held at 4%, sir. Now, can we look forward to holding on to this net interest margin in the running financial year? Question number one. And the second question is on the the written off loans. From the written off loans, we have, as per the annual report, recovered 2,750 crores, 2,750 crores. Now, I would like to know from these 2,750 crores, which are the industrial sectors of the industry from which we have made these recoveries. So these are the only two questions. The report is very well written. I must say, before closing, that I support all the resolutions. And, considering this AGM is an important event, the efforts that I can see that, the bank and, the associated agencies have put is something, is a model for other companies to follow. I don't have any further questions, but all best wishes to the board and to the employees. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, sir. I'm logging.
Thank you, sir. Inviting speaker number 13, Mr. Praful Chowda. Hello, sir.
Hello. मेरी आवाज आ
Yes,
रही
sir.
है?
Please proceed. Yes, sir.
थैंक यू मैडम। फर्स्ट तो बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स को ये बात का धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि जो आपने स्पीकर रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए जो सिस्टम रखे बहुत अच्छा दिखा। यानी कि मैंने जैसे ही बटन दबाए, बटन दबते ही मेरा नंबर 13 नंबर है आ गया। तो मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा कि इसमें कोई चीटिंग नहीं होता है और मेरे को इमीडिएटली मालूम पड़ता है कि मेरा स्पीकर नंबर 13 है, 14 है, 15 है। तो ये सिस्टम लगाने के लिए आपको धन्यवाद। पर मुझे सरप्राइज भी हो रहा है कि जब मैं 9:01 के अंदर भी ये काम करता हूँ, तो इससे पहले बॉम्बे के 10 से 12 स्पीकर तो भी एडवांस हो जाते हैं और आगे बढ़ जाते हैं। और आशालता महेश्वरी तो कोई भी कंपनी में फिजिकल मीटिंग बहुत बॉम्बे में किया हूँ तो देखा हूँ उनका नंबर फर्स्ट और सेकंड में से रहता है। और बॉम्बे के पूरे डायरेक्टर्स को एक ही शौक है, कंपनी चलाने को नहीं आता, कंपनी चलाते भी नहीं है, शेर शायरी सुनने का बहुत शौक है। मैं भी एक बुक लेके बैठा हूँ, अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद बुक निकालूंगा। इसमें 200 शायरी है, आपको सुनना पड़ेगा सर। आपको शायरी का शौक आज पूरा कर देता हूँ मैं। क्यों बोले? आप शायरी का शौक है, डायरेक्टर भी, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर भी हंस रहे थे शायरी सुन के, चेयरमैन भी हंस रहे थे। यानी कि उसको शायरी सुनना, मुजरे में जाना, वो सब अच्छा दिखता है। क्यों ऐसा स्पीकर को परमिशन देते हो बोलने की? क्यों बोलने देते हो? लास्ट में एक स्पीकर जो बोले, अजय सर इतनी तकलीफ सुना है, इसके लिए आप 2 कान से सुने, 2 कान के अंदर दिमाग में रखना बात सर। एक कान से सुन लिए, एक कान से निकाल नहीं देना। और CRS में करोड़ों रुपया खर्चा होता है आपके पास, तो ऐसे एम्प्लॉयज को इधर नहीं तो इधर भी हेल्प करना चाहिए, किसी भी तरह हेल्प करना चाहिए। पर आप ऐसा नहीं करते, आप इस बिठा देते हैं इसको। 7 मिनट ही बोले उन्हें, 2 मिनट इसका कुछ प्रॉब्लम चेंज हुआ, पर आशालता 7 मिनट बोले और गौतम तिवारी 7 मिनट बोले, कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं। आपको तारीफ हो रही ना, कोई बात नहीं है सर। सर ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। आप क्या ये लोगों बंबई वाले जो स्पीकर से डरते हो क्या कि इसकी बात सुनते हो, इसका नंबर पहले आ जाता है, बाहर के लोगों को बाद में आता? बात खत्म करता हूँ सर। दूसरी बात है सर,
कहते हैं कि बैंक में अकाउंट रहा तो ऑटोमेटिक इंश्योरेंस हो जाता है। इंश्योरेंस हो जाता है तो इसके बारे में जानकारी दीजिए कि आपके पास जितने कस्टमर है सबका इंश्योरेंस हुआ है नहीं हुआ। 5 लाख, 10 लाख, 2 लाख, 3 लाख, यानी कि आपका कस्टमर कोई बीमार पड़े तो इसको कुछ बेनिफिट मिलेगा क्या? इंश्योरेंस के जरिए आप इंश्योरेंस लिए कि नहीं, ये बताएंगे। सर आप लोन देते हो 1 करोड़, 15 लाख, 2 करोड़, 5 करोड़, 10 करोड़, तो इसमें कुछ स्टेटस है क्या कि 50 लाख का लोन देने के लिए आपका बैंक का 2 ऑफिसर साइन करेंगे, 1 करोड़ का लोन ले तो 4 आदमी साइन करेंगे, पर लोन देने वाला अलग है, रिकवरी वाले कौन है? जिसने लोन पास किया उसको रिकवरी करना जरूरी बताना चाहिए। आपका विजिलेंस ब्रांच रखना चाहिए। कई लोग लोन लेते हैं एक काम के लिए, यूज करते हैं दूसरे काम के लिए, लोन बराबर पेमेंट करते हैं, लोन का हफ्ता देते हैं आपके पास, इसलिए आप खुश होते हैं, और लोन का यूज किसमें हुआ वो विजिलेंस ब्रांच देखना चाहिए, लोन पास करने वाले ऑफिसर देखना चाहिए, ताकि ऑफिसर को मालूम पड़े। लोन देके ब्रांच दूसरी चले जाते हैं। छोटे छोटे गांव में मैं देखा हूँ सर, छोटे गांव में जो एम्प्लॉयज है वो खुद के गांव के ही रहते हैं, वो गांव में रह के वही गांव में एम्प्लॉयज बनते हैं। वो लोगों को इंग्लिश भी बोलने को नहीं आता है, लोकल लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं। कोई इंग्लिश बोलने वाला है तो देंगे फेंक फे हो जा रहे हैं, बैंक के रूल्स भी पता नहीं होता है उसको। उसको एक ही के काउंटर पे बैठो, पैसे लियो, थप्पा मारो, जमा करो, इसके सिवा इसको कुछ नॉलेज नहीं रहता है। तो ऐसे लोगों को आप ट्रांसफर करना, इमीडिएटली ट्रांसफर करके बड़े सिटी में डालो, ताकि इसका नॉलेज अच्छा हो, इसको जानकारी अच्छा हो, और लोगों से मिलना जुलना होता तो उनको भी नॉलेज आता है कि बैंक में कैसा रहता है। लोकल लोगों को लोकल जगह पे रखने से बैंक की तरक्की नहीं होती है, उन्हें जान पहचान वाले कस्टमर बनते हैं, ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए सर। कोई भी लोन लेता है, इसके बाद मुझे पता चला कि आदमी फ्रॉड करने वाला है, फ्रॉड कर रहा है, मैं इंफॉर्मेशन बैंक को देता हूँ, नहीं सुनते नहीं है। तो ऐसे लोगों को जो इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं कि ये फ्रॉड करने वाला है या फ्रॉड हो रहा है, तो इसको इनाम दीजिए और इसका नाम गुप्त रखिए, आपको इंफॉर्मेशन जरूर मिलेगा कि कौन चोर है, कैसा बैंक को डुबाने की सोच रहे, बैंक का लोन नहीं देने वाला सोच रहे, वो भी आपको पता चलेगा। ऐसा भी कुछ करिए। आप सीआरएस में जो भी काम कर रहे अच्छा कर रहे, तो इसके साथ साथ दूसरे लोगों को, जैसे स्कूल देखो बंबई में इतनी स्कूल है कि आज भी बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में नीचे बैठ के पढ़ रहे हैं, अच्छे कपड़े नहीं पहन सकते, अच्छी स्कूल में नहीं, अच्छा स्कूल का कुछ भी नहीं है उसके पास। तो ऐसे स्कूल में जाइए, वहाँ बेंच लगाइए, बच्चों के लिए कुछ बुक्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कीजिए, बच्चों को अच्छा रहो बोल के अच्छा कुछ हेल्दी नाश्ता भी अरेंजमेंट करे, गवर्नमेंट देती है, इसके अलावा आप भी कुछ करें ताकि वो बच्चे आगे बढ़ते।
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. I request you
मैडम
to wrap your
7
question.
7 मिनट बोले आशा लता महेश्वरी, मैं अभी शायरी चालू करने वाला हूँ और 2 आवर्स चलेगा, मैं पूरी शायरी बोलूंगा। बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर बहुत खुश हो रहे डायरी शायरी सुन के। सर आपका जो बैंक में
बोलिए प्रफुल्ल जी, बोलिए आप, प्लीज बोलिए, कंटिन्यू।
सर बीच में क्यों होस्ट की बीच में बोलते हैं, उसको कुछ पैसे मिलते हैं, उसका क्या काम है? होस्ट का टाइम खत्म हुआ तो चले जाना घर पे, उसको एग्रीमेंट किया है 2 आवर्स, 1 आवर्स, 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, तो इसके लिए होस्ट बीच में आशा लता में क्यों नहीं बोले, महेश गौतम तिवारी में क्यों नहीं बोले होस्ट? क्यों इसका रिश्तेदार है क्या? उसको पैसे मिलते हैं क्या? क्या तकलीफ हो रही है होस्ट को? सर आप बोले बराबर है, अत्तापुर ब्रांच में सीनियर सिटीजन को बैठने के लिए चेयर भी नहीं है सर। हम पासबुक में एंट्री करने को गए तो 5 आदमी ठहरे है, तो हमारा 12 छठी है तो हम 6 आदमी का तक खड़े रहना पड़ता है। सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए कुछ सिटिंग जगह रखनी चाहिए, नहीं है अत्तापुर में। एक एम्प्लॉय बोलता मेरा काम नहीं है, दूसरा एम्प्लॉय बोलता मेरा काम नहीं है, तीसरा एम्प्लॉय बोलता मेरा काम नहीं है। जिसका काम है वो वॉशरूम जाता है या किधर भी जाता है तो 10 मिनट 50 मिनट को आते, तब तक दूसरा एम्प्लॉय कुछ बोल भी नहीं सकता है। तो ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए सर। सर जो कुछ बोलना था वो कंफ्यूज में भूल जा रहा हूँ। थैंक यू जो मेरे को बोलने दिया, इसलिए धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 14, Mr. Kirti Shah.
चेयरमैन सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है? चेयरमैन
सर बोलिए कीर्ति जी।
हाँ
बोलिए
चेयरमैन सर,
हाँ चेयरमैन सर, अभी आपका जो कॉन्टिजेंट लायबिलिटी है वो 40% बढ़ा हुआ है। उसकी वजह क्या है कि 14,57,000 करोड़ का आपका कॉन्टिजेंट लायबिलिटी है, जो लास्ट ईयर 10,20,000 था। इतना ह्यूज आपका 4 लाख का वो कॉन्टिजेंट लायबिलिटी बढ़ा हुआ है, मोर देन 4 लाख। उसकी वजह क्या है वो थोड़ा पायलट्स में करेंगे। चेयरमैन सर, जो अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट है उसका रिटर्न ईयरली कितना आता है और उसमें रिकरिंग इनकम कितना आता है इन्वेस्टमेंट का, वो थोड़ा बाइफर्केशन दीजिए। चेयरमैन सर, आपका सेक्रेटरियल टीम है वो मीटिंग के लिए और ये एनुअल रिपोर्ट के लिए काफी मेहनत किया हुआ है, वो अच्छी बात है। और मैंने ईमेल किया हुआ, उसका पूरे पूरा आप जरा रिप्लाई करेंगे वो ज्यादा अच्छा है। चेयरमैन सर, जैसे आपका CSR एक्टिविटी है काफी अच्छा है, और आप जो भी है रूरल सेक्टर में ज्यादा अच्छी तरह से आप आगे करें। और सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए भी आप सही तरह से सोचे, जो आगे एक दो स्पीकर ने बोला था उसके लिए भी जरा आप सोचे। चेयरमैन सर, अभी आपका FIS होल्डिंग 4% डाउन हुआ है, इसलिए इतना मार्केट आपका डाउन हुआ था। उसकी वजह क्या है कि जो आपका 4% FIS का होल्डिंग डाउन हुआ है, तो वो थोड़ा हाईलाइट कीजिए, क्योंकि आपका 1700 का रेट था, सीधा 1400 1200 रुपया 1300 रुपया तक आ गया था। तो उसकी वजह क्या है कि थोड़ा आप बताया कि भाई इतना FIS ने 4% होल्डिंग कैसे क्यों बेचा हुआ है, क्या है क्या नहीं। और इतना ज्यादा होल्डिंग है FIS का, वो तो कभी ना कभी धोखा देगा, जैसे भी वर्ल्ड खराब होगा। 35% प्रमोटर से भी ज्यादा होल्डिंग आज की डेट में भी उसका है, जो पहले 39% था। प्रमोटर अपना होल्डिंग क्यों नहीं बढ़ाना चाहता है वो समझ नहीं आ रहा है, तो वो भी थोड़ा हाईलाइट करेंगे ज्यादा अच्छा है। चेयरमैन सर, इतनी पुरानी बैंक, इतना सब कुछ आपका HDFC का संघात, आपका प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू इतना लो क्यों है, ओनली 3.52? उसकी वजह क्या है और उसका इंप्रूवमेंट के लिए आप क्या करना चाहेंगे वो थोड़ा आप बताएंगे। चेयरमैन सर, बाकी मेरा ईमेल का आप रिप्लाई करेंगे। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Inviting speaker number 15, Mr. Tamal Kumar Mazumdar. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Respected Mr. Chakravarti, Mr. Jagadishan, Ms. Karnad, and other directors of the bank, myself, Tamal Kumar Mazumdar, a small shareholder from Kolkata. My special thanks to our company secretary, Mr. Haldankar, and his team consists of Nirav Shah, Mrs. Rupa Joshi, and others for sending the digital report well in time and keeping in touch with the shareholders. Mr. Haldankar and Mr. Nirav Shah took prompt action today so that I may receive the link for the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for creating such a dedicated team for the shareholders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for sharing your thoughts with us. Last year, I complained about scan of 2 pages of annual report as one, making font size very small. But nice to note that the management took a note of it, and this year they scanned every page of the annual report separately, making it easier for shareholders to read the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking appropriate steps in this regard. Sir, I have gone through the entire annual report on the subsidiary accounts and have some queries relating to other audited accounts and other matters and seek your indulgence. And I hope there will be no disturbance as regards when my question will come. Because it's a company, we are attending meetings of Mr. Parekh. He never disturbed any shareholders to share his thoughts, because we used to get only one day to share our views. I hope there will be no disturbance from the eye. But I am assuring you, it will be, we will concentrate solely on accounts and not on any other matters. Sir, as per segment account, page 285 to 86, the profit before considering all unallocables and interest from wholesale banking and other banking increased substantially from 17,437 crores to 25,053 crores, and from 6,207 crores to 7,376 crores respectively. Whereas in case of retail banking and treasury, profit decreased in comparison to previous year. Would you please share your thoughts in this respect, disclosing the reason for such abnormal decrease in profits relating to these segments, and how our bank fared during Q1 of financial year 23, and what is your expectation from the remaining part of the year? Sir, how our credit card business is doing after lifting of embargo of issuing new cards by the RBI from August 2021, And what is our market share now in credit card segment? Media report says that at the time of ban of new issue of credit cards by the RBI, MasterCard share was 35% out of total card issued by our bank. And what is the present position in this respect? And it is noted from page 267, sir, note 18, that the customers utilized and or provision return back relating to reward points for credit and debit cards to the tune of 468 crores. How much of the total amount of rupees 468 crores returned back during the year? How much was returned back and how much reward point utilized by the customers? I want bifurcation of the amount. And sir, it is nice to note that the cost of deposit decreased from 4.15% during financial year 21 to 3.56% during financial year 22. It is in page 268, sir. What is the status in this regard during the Q1 of financial year 23? Sir, US inflation in June 2022 touched 9.1%. Taking into account high inflation and recession concern, which is becoming a real for US and Europe, and there is a strong rumor that Fed may increase interest rate by 100 basis points. In this bleak scenario and slowdown of our economy, also, do we expect further increase in the interest rate in the near future? And please share your thoughts in this respect with us. Mr. Jagadishan, in page 11 of the annual report, mentioned the following in his CEO's letter to us. In the next few quarters, we will launch more of our products and services under Digital 2.0, including new payments platform for our customers, payment platform for our merchants, and a wealth platform, all in partnership with new age technology companies. In this connection, I want to know whether JVs formed or will be formed in this regard. Will new age tech companies for these activities, and whether it will be launched during the current year, because you mentioned this say in the next few quarters. So whether it will be launched during the current year, please share your thoughts with us in this regard. Sir, it is also noted from CEO statement that the bank wants to open 1,500 to 2,000 branches every year for the next 3 to 5 years in order to double the branch numbers, which is now around 6,300, 42 branches. So the bank proposes to, if we consider that 1,500 to 2,000, then it appears that the bank proposes to open 5 to 7 branches every working day. Whether it will be possible to open profitable branches within such short period of time. Last year, the bank opened 734 branches. How many of our branches are in loss as on 31st June 2022? Sir, as per page 242, the bank made high rates of provision than the statutory limit prescribed by the RBI and foreign regulators, as regards standard assets and others are concerned. In this connection, I want to know the amount of excess provision made by our bank during financial year 22 in this respect. How much was the excess provision? And sir, as per page 294, note 34, total assets as regards foreign branches are concerned increased to rupees 58,035 crores as on 31st March 2022. Revenue for financial year 22 decreased to 860 crores from 932 crores last year, and with an NPA balance of 195 crores. What is the reason for decrease in revenue during financial year 22? And how foreign branches are doing during the Q1 of financial year 23? And what is the reason for abnormal increase in deposits of branches outside India from 5,888 crores to 10,122 crores as on 31st March 2022? And share with us the foreign branch expansion plan of our bank during the next 3 to 5 years. Whether it will be as aggressive as the plan for branch expansion in India. Sir, on two counts, no divergence in asset classification by RBI and full amortization of expenditure on family pension during the financial year 22. Instead of adjusting it during the next 5 years as approved by the RBI, we must congratulate our management. It shows the strength of our balance sheet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for such fantastic achievement, and hope that the trend will continue in the coming years. Sir, in page 268, income from marketing and distribution, which comprises of income from displaying publicity materials at banks branches, ATMs, commissions, and sourcing of income increased by 40% from 2,113 crores to 3,059 crores during financial year 22. What is the reason for such abnormal increase in income? Whether it is due to increase in branches or rate increase or any other matters? And how much of the total amount received from our group companies? That is from HDFC Group, from HDFC Limited and other companies. And sir, during financial year 22, though number of frauds increased in relation to previous year, but amount involved was much less than last year. That is from 1,641 crores to 506 crores. It is in page 258. What about software upgradation for early detection of fraud? And what is the current status in this regard? And sir, whether our bank received approval from the Reserve Bank of India in respect of 3.55 crores equity shares of HDFC Argo General Insurance Company Limited, purchased by our bank at a cost of 1,906 crores. And last question is, what is the reason for increase in commission to sales agent from 2,612 crores to 3,119 crores in financial year 22? Sir, it is very painful, the experience shared by Mr. Raman and Mr. Bhagavat. It's a company, it's a group, we know it's really painful. It was really painful. And we heard it, but despite these good services, this is really painful. And Mr. Bhagavat, when he was crying, when Mr. Raman was crying, it was really painful for us also. So this should not happen in a bank like HDFC, where the person like Deepak Parekh is the chairman. This should not happen. I hope, Mr. Jagadishan, you will personally look into it and take appropriate action. Take appropriate action in this regard. Thank you all for patient hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We had experienced a technical difficulty with the previous speaker, and it appears that it has now been resolved. So once again, inviting speaker number 3, Mrs. Hutokshi Patel. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Can you speak slightly loudly?
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Respected Chairman, eminent Board of Directors, and other directors on the board. Very good evening to all of you. I thank Mr. Haldankar and the Secretariat team, Karishma and others, for giving excellent annual report. Also, our CFO has given very good financial figures, Mr. Vaidyanathan. Thank you very much. This year and every year, the bank is giving excellent results. All the employees are performing excellently well. The results are very satisfactory. Our net profit has increased by 18.8%. Our income has increased by 11%. 7 crores customer base we have. What more? Utterly satisfactory results they are. Sir, now I put some few questions. On the technical front, how are we progressing? Can we believe the best is yet to come from HDFC Bank? Do we provide loans to the employees at the lower interest rate? Any other financial assistance to the employees are given? Breakup of sir, you have given a very excellent breakup of employees' strength on page 81. It's really very nice and very informative. So, which region, that is, which state requires more focus of our presence in terms of branches? If you could let me know. So, we have foreign operations. Which are they, as mentioned on page 285? We have foreign operations. Where are they? Do we propose to expand our base? And do we propose even enter into the various geographical places? Please let me know. Sir, do you sell bad loans to ARC? Our NPS have shot up considerably around 11% and above in this quarter result. So, what could be the reasons for the same? How would you tackle this problem? If you could let me know, sir. You have the industry leading growth in balance sheet, size, PAT, EPS, deposits and advances, and NPS among the various other banks in comparing to the other banks in our country. I congratulate you for the same. The presentation and layout of the annual report is excellent, all inclusive and very informative, especially page number 120, 121. Can we add more details in key ratios? I congratulate the company and all its employees for the excellent awards and recognition that the company has obtained. I congratulate the management team, the board members, and every employee for the hard work that they have done in this year. I wish all the best to all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I support all your resolutions. Thank you very much. All the best to you all, and may God help our bank to prosper all the more. So poor connectivity, initially I suffered as a speaker. I should not have been punished for that and should have been given a chance a little further. Thank you for giving me this chance also. But I would like to know that instead of punishing the speaker, it should be better that you give them the opportunity to speak right in the second or third speaker, after 2-3 speakers. I request NSDL also to observe this. Management has given me chance. I thank very much, and the secretarial team also. All the best once again to all. Good luck to you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 16, Mr. Akshay Anil Kumar. Hello, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Please proceed.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. This is my third year in a row as a speaker. I've attended about 25 to 30 AGMs ever since it became virtual, and I have to say this is one of the most interesting AGMs I had to attend because of the emotions that all the speakers brought into this AGM. Let me tell you about my emotion with HDFC and why I prefer HDFC, because all of them were expressing their emotion. Let me bring in my emotion. I'm a customer of HDFC for the past 3 years. When I started working straight out of college, I never got a loan when I wanted urgently. It was only HDFC Bank who gave me at a very considerable rate. And the quality and the way in which I was given service was just excellent. And for this, I'll always remain a loyal customer to HDFC. Firstly, and secondly, in terms of why for me HDFC Bank holds a special place as an AGM is because I remember last year I had asked a couple of questions on HDFC securities, and I had asked why is there's a decrease in the numbers. But what was most surprising to me was when Dheeraj Release, the managing director of HDFC Security, called me the next day to personally answer to all my questions. I just had 2 shares of HDFC worth about 4,000. Yet the managing director of HDFC Securities came the very next day to answer my question. That shows how much transparent HDFC Bank is, how much you are transparent in your dealings, and how much you care for even a young investor like me with just 2 shares. So that was about the reason why I personally bank with HDFC and why I'll be a long-term shareholder of this bank. That's about it. In terms of the questions, I just have 3 questions. The first question, I think, in terms of the penalties. Every year, I see that there has been a penalty which is coming on HDFC Bank. I think 2 years ago, it was a penalty of 1 crore for mismatching your ALM. The last year, again, another 1 crore by Reserve Bank of India for mismatching ALM. This year, 10 crore penalty for mis-selling of auto loans. So I see that, it is a case where there has to be one or the other penalties always being imposed on HDFC Bank. I want to invite your attention as to what steps have you taken to prevent this? In terms of the 10 crore penalty that has been imposed for mis-selling of auto loans, whether have you returned to the Reserve Bank of India for, waiving the penalty or reducing the penalty amount, or whether have you done an internal inquiry in this regard? Please give us details as to, why such a huge amount of penalty of 10 crore has been imposed on the bank. More details on that. My second question is in terms of the number of complaints under POSH, the prevention of sexual harassment. 2 years back, the number of complaints were 35. Last year, 47. This year, 51. Every year, it is increasing by 10% rather than reducing. The aim of the bank, which has zero tolerance policy, should be to reduce. You're resolving return time. There are no complaints pending. Perfect. But should not be the aim. The aim should be to reduce. The day you have a zero complaint and the cost, that's the day you have achieved zero tolerance policy. Rather, it is increasing every year. This year, it's 51. So, I mean, what has your HR team done, and what steps have you taken to avoid such a, to avoid in this regard? And my final question was, while I'm happy that the SEBI's appellate authority has reversed its order of 156 crore plus 7% penalty, I had asked this last year as well. Where did it go wrong in this regard? Because you have paid a fine of 1 crore to SEBI. Where did all this go wrong, and what was the due diligence team and compliance team doing when SEBI imposed a penalty of 1 crore? And like I said, the reason I'm so critical of penalties is because bank is always paying penalties under one or the other different regulatory bodies. So that was my another question. I had another question regarding the sharp increase in provision, but it has been detailed by the speaker, will not repeat it. I had several questions on merger, but as advised by the chairman, sir, not going to repeat it again. So with that comment said, like I said, I've attended more than 25 to 30 AGMs. HDFC Bank and Karnataka Bank are the two most closest to me because of the kind of trust that you build between your shareholders. So full credit to Santosh sir and everyone. Hopefully, if it's a virtual meeting, I'll be back. If not, hope to meet you all in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 17, Mr. Karthik Trivedi.
So thank you, Chairman sir and MD sir, for allowing me to speak over here. And I would like to thank Mr. Santosh Haldankar. Moderator, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm audible. Huh? So I would like to thank Santosh Haldankar and team. So I have raised some questions in email and he have given me a prompt answer for that, but some are still to answer. Now, first of all, the question is about, I have asked a question about real estate. So HDFC Bank and Group possesses 17 million square feet in real estate. Out of that, only 1.8 million is under owned. So I would like to point out the next phase of growth is inflation. So over the coming years, I am seeing that inflation will be at its inflection point. So inflation is going to take over the economy, and we have very less in owned real estate. So I am expecting real estate as an asset class to grow by 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So in this scenario, I suggest that bank should increase its owned own assets, own real estate. Second is the gold business. So if you don't increase in gold business, I think so gold as an asset class already forex. So forex business, I think so you should more focus on. More of the revenue should be from the this. So recently we have in I2U2. So 2 billion is going to come from UAE, spending on food processing industry and food processing park. So this is the segment where we can witness a growth. Now, second thing, these were the questions what I have raised, and another one what I have raised the questions about Gundagiri in the sales target. So this is the term what I have witnessed, and I can see across the branches that this is the term. Then this is the how it is actually happening at the ground level. So, Chairman Atanu sir and MD sir, you must be sitting in the AC room and conducting the entire bank. But actually, what happens at the ground level, that is most important. And this is the point what I have raised as and a mail to each and every director. I was missing out on few directors because of their spelling names. So 4 directors I have bounced the mail, but rest of all the directors have sent the mail that Gundagiri in the name of sales target, and I'm sending it this year also. Last year also I have sent it. So you need to actually see to it that how it happens, and I would like to meet this thing Sasi sir also in coming days. So this is the one part what you have to look out for. Now, second thing, there is this thing I have written in the mail that CSR activity. Actually, it is a commendable job. For 736 CR to be spent in a single year, it is absolutely a commendable job. Three claps for CSR team. But again, you yourself, whatever you state, it backfires. Just now, few speakers back, one of the speaker was quoting his own difficulty. So it is absolutely a contradicting statement from your side that you are spending 736 crore, but you are not taking care of the surrounding and atmosphere in and around you. So that is all to be taken care of. Now, corporate social responsibility means 736 crore within a span of 24 months, you are going to cross 1,000 crore. So how to spend, when to spend, and I would suggest that you should institutionalize this corporate spend. So that is one thing I would like to suggest you, that we have all the assets, all the real estate assets spread into bits and pieces. So we have Raymond House, we have Lower Parel, we have Thana, we have Vidya Vihar, we have another one, Vikroli. So all the assets are spread out. So I request you to create one single building of 3,000, 5,000 crore, 20 floor own building. Self-owned building, that will be most important in the coming days to keep a track on cost efficiency and human efficiency. So that will be a better, rather than keeping operating on bits and pieces. It is better that you should take advantage of that entire operation should be consolidated. So this is the 1, 2, 3 points which I have mentioned. That's it. And if there are some points I will like to email you. Now this is one thing, Gundagiri in the name of sales target, I will just focus on you. I have asked whether you own it that it's our mistake, or you tell it that it's not our mistake, its employee is doing on its own. Whoever are the seniors, zonal heads, cluster heads, or RBH or branch managers, whatever they are doing on their own. In HDFC management doesn't own that. We don't ask anyone to do like this of heinous activities. I have asked for either you state it, you own the responsibility, or you say that we are not, HDFC management is not involved. So for this matter, I will like to meet you in further in coming days. And as far as financials are included, inflation will take over within span of 1 or 2 years, and the government is going to change after 2022, and 100% the results are going to multiply by automatically. Inflation itself will give a push to the financial parameters. If any points is left out, I will just mail to you. So thank you to all, and thank you all team. That's it.
Thank you, sir. It appears speaker number 18, Mr. Manjeet Singh. Number 19, Mr. Asif Yunus Modi. Number 20, Mr. Sharat Kumar Jivraj Shah. 21, Ms. Surekha Sharat Kumar Shah. 22, Ms. Nirupama Sharat Kumar Shah. And 23, Mr. P. Sham Sundari have not joined us. So, Chairman sir, with your permission, I invite speaker number 24, Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf. So I request you to turn on your microphone and your camera.
1 minute. माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उपस्थित निर्देशक मेरे सदस्यगण और मेरे शेयर और भाइयों बहनों, मैं संतोष कुमार साहब कलता से सर्वप्रथम आप सभी को नमस्कार करता हूं। आशा करता हूं आप जितने भी हमारे डायरेक्टर हैं, जितने भी अधिकारीगण हैं और जितने भी आज शेयर होल्डर भाई बहन जो इस मीडिया के प्रेजेंट है, वो अच्छे स्वास्थ्य में होंगे। सर बैंक काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है और काफी अच्छा रिजल्ट दे रही है, तो इसके बारे में तो कोई प्रश्न वर्किंग के ऊपर कोई उठाने का प्रश्न नहीं था। डिविडेंड भी आपने करीबन 6.5 रुपया दिया था, इस बार 15.5 रुपया डिविडेंड दिया, तो भी पेट भर के डिविडेंड दे रहे हैं। सर सर मेरे एक दो छोटे प्रश्न। एक तो ये जो मर्जर हो, जब HDFC की अपनी HDFC बैंक में जब मर्जर हो जाएगा, तो इसके मर्जर के बाद में हमारे डायरेक्टर क्या ग्रोथ की आशा करते हैं, कि कितना ग्रोथ हमको होगा, हमको HDFC से मर्जर में फायदा होगा या नहीं? क्योंकि कई बार मैंने देखा है जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन, ICICI देखे, जब कभी अपना चेंज किए स्वरूप, तो उसके अंदर नुकसान ही हुआ है सर। तो इसके बारे में विचार करिएगा सर। एक सर, और सर दूसरा चीज ये है कि जो जेंट्स और फीमेल का जो एम्प्लॉय रेशियो सर बहुत कम है चार करीबन 3.5 मेल के ऊपर में एक फीमेल एम्प्लॉय है सर। 1,14,000 टोटल एम्प्लॉय है, उसमें से सिर्फ 26,000 फीमेल एम्प्लॉय है और बाकी आपको 88,000 जेंट्स एम्प्लॉय है सर। तो इस रेशियो को, गैप को कमती करने के लिए क्या कदम उठा रहे हैं सर? मैं समझता हूँ कि फीमेल एम्प्लॉय को मौका देना बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि उनकी अभी सर्विस सेक्टर में काफी अच्छा काम कर रही है और अपना रेशियो भी कमती करने के लिए अच्छा रहेगा सर। दूसरा था सर सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट के बारे में। तो मैं चाहूंगा जो दिन ब दिन सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट बढ़ रहे हैं, इसके लिए कदम, ऐसे कुछ कड़े कदम उठाए जाए। जैसे कैसे कहते, जिसने अगर ये कदम क्या वो गिल्टी है, तो उसको पूरे बैंक से निकाल ही दिया जाए, जिससे कि उसको एक लेसन तैयार हो और दूसरे कर्मचारी देख सकें कि अगर ऐसा हमने कुछ किया तो हमारे नौकरी से हाथ धोना पड़ेगा। नौकरी सर मिलनी मुश्किल होती है, जाती है, और जाने बाद जब कोई खोना नहीं चाहेगा, ये जब केस खत्म होंगे, कि फीमेल की तो संख्या दिन दिन बढ़ेगी सर, फीमेल एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगा और हमारी रेशियो भी कमती होगी। अगर इससे सेक्सुअल करे कदम नहीं उठाएंगे तो फ्यूचर में अब हमें तकलीफ हो सकती है सर। सर एक अभी फोर्थ वेव चल रही है इसकी कोविड की, और काफी केस डेली नए आ रहे हैं सर। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि मेरे को भी अभी कोविड से ग्रस्त हो गया हूँ मैं 3 डोज लेने के बाद भी। फिर भी मैं चाहूंगा कि जितने भी अपने कर्मचारी, उनकी फैमिली है, उनको बूस्टर जो जरूर दिलाइए, कैंप बना के, या उनको बोलिए कि कैसे भी हो, उनको अगर देना हो तो उनके लिए जरूर व्यवस्था करिएगा सर। एक से सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक के लिए आपने क्या कदम उठाए ये भी बताइएगा। अपने ब्रांचों में क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन आपने दिया सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक ना हो, कब उसके बारे में क्या इंस्ट्रक्शन, ये भी बताने का करिएगा सर। एक सर रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सोर्स के लिए भी क्या कदम उठाए आपने, इसके बारे में बताने का करिएगा सर। सर मैं एक समझता हूँ जो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस मीटिंग है काफी अच्छी होती है सर। हम कलकत्ते से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, अभी तमाल सभी कलकत्ते से ज्वाइन किए, कई आदमी दिल्ली और बॉम्बे और कोयम्बटूर से ज्वाइन करते थे। अगर फिजिकल मीटिंग होगी तो एक सिटी के लोग ज्वाइन कर सकेंगे सर, और बरसात अगर आदि हुई तो उसमें मीटिंग में मजा नहीं रहेगा। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि सर एक ड्यूअल कंसेप्ट अपनाया जाए, फिजिकल मीटिंग अगर फ्यूचर में करते हैं तो उसके साथ वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस मीटिंग भी रखी जाए, जिससे कि पैन इंडिया शेयर होल्डर जो है वो आपसे कंटेक्ट कर सके, अंतानु साहब और शशि साहब। अदरवाइज क्या फिजिकल मीटिंग होती है, अभी जैसे कल हमारी मीटिंग हुई थी, कल फिजिकल मीटिंग केशवराम की, उन्होंने उसके साथ वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में मीटिंग की। यानी फिजिकल मीटिंग में जो परिजन को पहले मौका दिया बोलने का, फिर उन्होंने जो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस मीटिंग में था उनको अपना बाद में मौका दिया बोलने का। तो ऐसा अगर कंसेप्ट आप आजमाएंगे तो फ्यूचर में बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। ये कंसेप्ट हमारे इन्फोसिस बंगलोर में अपनाते हैं सर। ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए, ये फिर एक अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ, आपने जितने भी डायरेक्टर, जितने भी अधिकारी, उनके उनके प्रयास की कामना करता हूँ और भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ भगवान 2022 से आज सभी लिए हेल्दी वेल्दी और सबके साथ है। सर एक बहुत दुख लगता है जो हमारे पुराने कर्मचारी जो जी जान से अपनी जिंदगी भर काम करते हैं और दूसरे कर्मचारी जो उनका हेरेसमेंट करते हैं, तो अच्छा नहीं लगता सर। मैं चाहूंगा कि उनको भी, कर्मचारी के आपके माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि उनको भी एक दिन रिटायर होना पड़ेगा। तो अगर उस मुसीबत का सामना उनको फेस करना पड़े तो कैसा लगेगा, ये सोच के वो सेवा प्रदान करे कस्टमर को, ये सोच के वो सेवा प्रदान करे अपने एक्स कर्मचारी को। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 25, Mr. Shailesh Mahadevia.
Respected Chairman, distinguished directors, and members of the company. Sir, I feel highly privileged for getting this opportunity to speak in front of the board of directors who are experts in their own field of specialization and here to listen to some of the views of ordinary shareholders. Sir, our report is excellent and most exhaustive. Sir, I also find that the financial results are one of the best of the company and you have given good dividend. Sir, in particular, I appreciate the 6 pages in the report given by our Managing Director and CEO, Shashi Jagdishan, which gives an excellent idea about the working of the whole company. Sir, I also appreciate the cooperation of Secretarial Department, which is a link between the management and the shareholders at large. Sir, having said that, I wish to put some questions with a view to increase my understanding and appreciation and not by way of criticism of the company at all. Sir, my first question is that we have done excellent CSR work, which we have been doing for quite some time. Sir, this CSR work has a multiplier effect. Compared with the money which the company spends and the benefit which the society gets. Sir, are we finding out the economic impact of our CSR work? This exercise is being done by some of the companies, and I think our company should do it so that the society at large will come to know that what exactly is the benefit to the society and not merely a few numbers. Sir, my next question is regarding the economic value added of our company. Sir, have you worked out the EVA? This one figure will give us an idea about the addition to the wealth which the company has made after providing notional interest on the capital and reserves of the company. Sir, can you share that information? Sir, my third question is that the world economic growth is now reducing. Originally, it was estimated at 4.2%, and the latest figure released about a week ago indicates the growth of 2.9%. Sir, may I know how this lowering of world growth likely to affect our business? Sir, my next 1 or 2 personal questions with a view to increase the efficiency of our bank. Sir, on the notice which we have received for this meeting, there is a telephone number which has been given. Sir, I tried to contact on those numbers. On 2 occasions, nobody lifted the telephone. On the 3rd occasion, when I succeeded, I requested the operator to give me the line of Secretarial Department. Surprisingly, the operator did not know which is the line for Secretarial Department. Sir, therefore, 2 suggestions. When you give a data on our notice, you should also give the extension in addition to the number which you have already given. This will simplify our work. And sir, one more thing, I am enjoying the benefit of a relationship manager. His service or their services are very satisfactory. But very often I find that relationship managers, they go on changing at frequent interval. And sir, lastly, related to the same subject, I get information from my DMAT account advising me that I should deposit X amount immediately, otherwise my loan will be regarded as non-performing asset. Sir, when I took the same problem to the relationship manager, he said, just ignore Now, sir, I am in a confused state. On the one hand, relationship manager gives me one advice. On the other hand, the demat account, and they have even given it in writing. But sir, when I try to contact the number given, that person is not available at all. Sir, if you can try to solve some of these minor problems, it will be of great benefit to a shareholder like us who at the age of 84 expects better cooperation and service. Sir, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 26, Mr. Jaideep Bakshi.
Good afternoon, Chairman, MD, and Board of Directors. Myself, Jaideep Bakshi, connecting from the city of Kolkata. Thanks to our company secretary for giving me a platform to express my view, and also to the entire secretarial department for conducting this video conference in a smooth manner. Sir, in your initial speech, you have well explained our company's position, our bank's position, and the good performance in this turmoil period. Sir, regarding the contribution of the overseas branches around 0.55% of the total income, how are we planning to increase it further? Sir, thanks for the dividend once again for the 15 rupees 50 paisa, and also for the steps for the energy efficiency management, and also for the CSR activities. Sir, we have put up a primary data center at Mumbai and Bangalore. Sir, what are the steps are we taking for data protection? How are we trying to control it? And sir, are we continuing the mobile ATM as we had implemented during the lockdown period? Sir, regarding the satisfaction with the service of the staff, it is always good whenever we go to the branch. But one thing is that I am also having a demat account with this HDFC, but we have to rush from a local place to around 5-6 kilometers further down. Earlier, we used to have it in our branch, but at present, we have to go around 5-6 kilometers to have some necessary requirements for regarding the demat account. So nothing to add more. Best wishes to our bank for the increase in profitability, and all the best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 27, Mr. Anil Parekh.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible.
Okay. Chairman Sri Chakrabarti ji, Jagdishan ji, our MD and CEO, and all other board members. Good evening to you all, and I hope you all are safe and sound at your respective end. Sir, since last 3 years, we are unable to meet personally, and we are missing physical interference with each other to meet and greet. Hope next year, when everything goes normalized, we can meet personally and greet each other. Sir, I'm thankful to our CS team, particularly Mr. Santosh, Mr. Nirausa, Priyadarshini, for assisting us whenever need any kind of assistance from them. I'm thankful to them very much. Sir, also I received voluminous annual report for the year 2022. Excellent report with every minute details. So majority questions can be avoided. Thanks for the same, and many congratulations to our CS team. So now going through the balance sheet, sir, excellent all-round performance. Our balance sheet size has grown to 18% to 20,68,535 crores. Net profit of 36,961 crores. Sir, also, 1 minute. Sir, on page 120, 121, you have our CS team has depicted excellent journey of 10 years from 2012-13 to 2021-22, wherein we have grown from 15,811 crores of NIM to today 72,000 crores. 72,000 crores, sir. But sir, excellent journey that is. But sir, what I see here is our dividend payout ratio in 2012-13 was 22.77%, and today it is 23.28%. No major change. So if you can throw some light on your dividend payout ratio, sir, I would be very much obliged, sir. Now, sir, on page 132, our gross NPS have reduced to 1.17%. Sir, in my opinion, it is lowest in entire banking industry. Many congratulations to all of you who have done excellent job to bring down our NPS. When every bank finding it difficult to keep their NPS down. Sir, I would like to know average hours spent by our staff on CSR activity. Sir, dividend of 15.50% paise, very good. I'm congratulating you for that. But sir, it could have been rounded off to 16%. It would have been better. Sir, just recently, few months back, Yes Bank has recently introduced floating rate FDs. Do we have any plans to start that also in our bank? Sir, our merger was very timely and strategic move. It will enhance investors' confidence in the bank globally. Sir, I'm connected with our HDFC Bank in many ways. I am a shareholder. I am a fixed deposit holder. I am savings bank. I have a savings bank account. I am holding credit and debit card. Also, I have purchased insurance policy from our bank. So I am so confident that one day we will be number one in public and private sector bank. Sir, do we have any plans to penetrate globally? Because what I see, we are present in very few countries globally. So what are your views on that? How we can penetrate more and more countries and uh, have more and more branches? Sir, your contribution to our PM's vision on Atmanirbhar Bharat, how we are contributing to this PM's vision. Sir, many speakers have said many things about company and asked many questions. I am restricting myself here, not to asking many questions. Thank you for patient hearing, and I am supporting all the resolutions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 28, Mr. Bharat Shah. Hello, sir.
हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है ना मेरी?
Yes, sir.
माननीय सर अट्टानू जी, एमडी श्री शशि जी और अन्य मान्यवर डायरेक्टर, गुड आफ्टरनून सर. सर, मेरा नाम भरत शाह. सर, बैंक का एक्सलेंट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए और लिए अभिनंदन दे रहा हूँ सर. सर, आपने आपकी स्पीच से बहुत कुछ बता दिया है. हमें तो विश्वास है कि बैंक बैंक बहुत दिन दोगुनी रात चौगुनी तरक्की के साथ प्रगति कर रही है. आगे बढ़ेगी, ये मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं सर. सर, गुड डिविडेंड के लिए भी आपने 15 रुपये 50 पैसा इक्विटी शेयर दिया है. बहुत अच्छा 56 दिया है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर. अवार्ड्स के लिए भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर कि अच्छे अवार्ड्स अपनी कंपनी ने लिए सर. बेस्ट प्राइवेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का अवार्ड अपने को मिला सर. सर, बेस्ट लार्ज बैंक का भी अवार्ड मिला, बेस्ट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का, कि जो सब में अपन आगे है सर. और दूसरे सारे अवार्ड्स के लिए भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर. सर, सीएसआर एक्टिविटी भी बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्थित चल रही है, उसके लिए भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर. एक मानवता का कार्य है सर. बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर. आपने कस्टमर की सुविधा के लिए नई नई ब्रांच ओपन की है, धन्यवाद सर. सर, मेरा अकाउंट प्रभा देवी ब्रांच में है सर. उधर के मैनेजर भी बहुत अच्छे हैं सर, और स्टाफ भी एकदम व्यवस्थित है. हर ब्रांच में आपका स्टाफ व्यवस्थित है. कस्टमर को हमेशा सेटिस्फेक्शन होता है सर, रिस्पेक्ट देता है सर कस्टमर को. प्रभा देवी ब्रांच के सभी कर्मचारियों को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर. सर, आपकी लीडरशिप में एमडी जी की और दीपक भाई की सबकी मेहनत में रंग लाई है सर। और सर आप 5 years के फ्यूचर प्लान क्या है जरा बताना सर। हम भी हमेशा आपके साथ है सर, मेरा फुल्ली सपोर्ट है आपके रिजोल्यूशन में। और सर कंपनी सेक्रेटरी संतोष जी, हार्ड वर्किंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी संतोष जी और उनकी टीम के करिश्मा जी को गुड इन्वेस्टर सर्विस के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर। सर कोई भी क्वेरी है तो संतोष जी और उनकी टीम के करिश्मा जी, नीरव जी हमेशा सर रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं, क्वेरी सोल्व करते हैं सर। हमेशा हार्ड वर्किंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, कभी भी फोन किया तो संतोष जी उठाते हैं सर। बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी है। मैं उनकी गुड इन्वेस्टर सर्विस के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर उनको। और सर नेक्स्ट एजीएम हम फिजिकल में मिलेंगे ये उम्मीद करता हूँ सर। आपकी हेल्थ वेल्थ अच्छी बनी रहे सर, ये प्रार्थना है। और बाकी सब रिजर्वेशन में मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट है सर। और आने वाले पोल्यूशन, गणेश चतुर्थी, दीपावली त्योहारों की मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ सर। और सभी रिजर्वेशन में पूरा सर नेक्स्ट जरूर फेस टू फेस मिलना, 3 साल मिले हुए आपको हुआ है, तो नेक्स्ट ईयर जरूर फेस टू फेस मिलेंगे तो एक आत्मीयता का बढ़ावा होगा। और दीपावली के बाद सर कुछ गेट टुगेदर ऐसा प्रोग्राम करना तो अपन लोग मिल सकेंगे सर। बाकी सब रिजर्वेशन में मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट है सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू। जय हिंद सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 29, Mr. Vinayak Shambhu Bapat.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible as well as visible.
Yes, sir.
Esteemed Chairman, Managing Director and CEO Shashi, and member of our board. In fact, it's been a great privilege to be able to participate today, though on a AV audio video basis. I think COVID has ensured that one more year we work through distance only. And sir, I would like to congratulate Shashi and his team at the outset for 3 outstanding years of very good performance in spite of the environment, which was very, very challenging, especially given COVID as well as now what Ukraine is, bringing upon us. In spite of these 3 huge external challenges, the bank and its team has done very well, and now they are ready to face the next challenge which has been brought in front of them, courtesy the merger. Sir, for the past several years, I have been emphasizing the need to look at making good our CSR spend. A few years ago, more particularly FY15 and 16, we had a shortfall amounting to 131 crores. And at that point in time, our project implementation for CSR was in its infancy. And obviously, now that we are doing 700 odd crores every year, I think we are well equipped today to be able to cater to an additional amount of 131 crores. More so, our profits permit the same. Our CSR team's intent is good, and I therefore fail to understand why, if at all, we are still dragging our feet and not making this good. I will only invite your attention to page number 167 of HDFC Limited's annual report, where they have made good even a small amount of 20 odd crores, which was carried forward from 2-3 years before 21. So, sir, I have written a detailed note, and I'm sure you and your members on the CSR team will look into it, and hopefully I will not be disappointed, because I think by God's grace the bank is endowed in all respects. It has got a good team, it has got projects, it has got profitability, and it has got money. So there is no reason for us not to make good our debt to our community and to our society. Sir, I will now move on to the next point. I think the MD CEO has rightly pointed out in his letter that people and HR is the biggest challenge, and more so getting into the merger. I was really taken aback to see very, very high attrition rate of close to 29.75%. It is a very high attrition rate, even when compared to our software majors, whether it is Infosys or TCS. We are running a very high attrition rate. Virtually, the HR team is either recruiting or training. We had 57,000 departures in 1 year and 36,000 additions. I think we need to seriously look at our HR policies, both at the time of induction as well as retention policies. Because after going through a stringent induction process, which I'm sure HDFC Bank's threshold levels are very high, where a lot of man months are spent, then training these individuals. And if we are going to lose valuable manpower, then I think we need to do a searching analysis. Out of these 36,000, if even 10,000 have been interviewed as to departure interviews, as to why are you leaving the bank, we may get some insights into why. Maybe a third party agency, HR agency, can look at departure interviews because they can be taken on an unbiased basis. Very often employees are very hesitant to share a particular reason why they are leaving the bank. So I think we need to look at this attrition a little bit more attention. Sir, IT scale up. With the merger, definitely we need to scale up. So I'm looking forward to large capex spend, both in terms of our data centers, in-house data centers at all. And I would like to be assured by the management that all the data that is processed by HDFC Bank with respect to its customers is processed and stored in India in line with RBI's current policy framework. So that way we will be 100% compliant in that aspect. Sir, it may not be a bad idea for the board to work a quarterly pro forma financial roadmap between now and the actual date of merger consummation as to how the balance sheet will look at the end of every quarter after the audited quarterly results are available. Maybe you can think about this, and that way you will manage the market capitalization and the market expectations in a better manner. Because it is my gut feeling or a little bit of guesswork that post merger, the capitalization of both companies will be even less than half. Maybe I'm wrong, but this needs to be looked at because all the shares of HDFC Limited will be swapped for HDFC Bank Limited. And then, as usual, people will have aspersions whether Sashi and his team will be able to manage both portfolios together. I am sure they will manage, but who market doubts are always there, Doubting Thomases you can never. So maybe as we increase the level of transparency, the comfort level might be better. Sir, HDB Financial Services. I found it very surprising that in a pandemic year, their loan book increased by 14%. That is FY21 on FY20. And FY22 on FY20, it decreased marginally by 2.5%. So if you see the loan book outstanding reported in the balance sheet, this is a little bit of anomalous situation. Obviously, HDB Finance has gone through a little bit of a difficult period last 2 3 years, but we don't have an oversight. I would like someone from our HDFC Bank director to be also available on that board on an oversight basis. And again, in HDFC Financial Services, we run two operations. A is a banking services support operation, a kind of a BPO, and two is proper extended lending, which is an extension of the bank. In the light of RBI's view on NBFCs, maybe we will also have to look at how these lending operations of HDB can be sustained on a standalone basis. And the BPO, I think the service capability will need ramping up because with additional 9 odd crores of folios from mortgage accounts from HDFC Limited, we will need additional support services there. So I'm sure Shashi and his team will look at that, but these were my concerns on HDB. Sir, Sri Lankan exposure. Uh, I see there is a mention in the annual report about Sri Lankan exposure. Please quantify and also advise whether we have provided for the same. And variable pay for managing director and EDs. I saw a footnote in page 206 which says variable pay not included. Sir, I am aware that we receive approval from RBI on a 1 year delayed basis because after the accounts are made, we give the application. It takes some time. But whatever is paid to these gentlemen should be brought about transparently because I understand it is a significant chunk of the total cost to company. Just as a matter of good disclosure, I think it would not be a bad idea, neither it will hurt the two gentlemen. Sir, AGM item number 8, where we are saying that we need to raise 50,000 crores. I have two small suggestions in that. We should widen the spectrum of instruments through which we want to raise capital. Maybe we should keep option of a convertible debenture there. And also some instrument like HDFC Limited has got outstanding warrants. If you see that instrument which they have used to monetize or fund long-term assets, it is very effective. The effective cost of that instrument comes to 2% capital. 2 or 3% post-tax cost of capital is a killer. It gives you a humongous advantage if you are able to raise money at cost of capital. Please look at that and keep that in mind. Sir, one more question I have to ask. I have always heard that there is asset liability mismatch in the bank. We cannot raise resources beyond 5 years with terms of deposits from the general public. Would someone in the legal team or from Sashi's financial team guide me with respect to what restrictions are there in the Banking Regulation Act which prohibit a bank from raising fixed deposits beyond 5 or 6 years in tenor? Because I find it very funny to see we go to a bank, take a term loan with a life of 8 to 10 years. At the same time, we as a bank cannot raise deposits of 8 to 10 years. So we are asking for trouble because we go to another bank or some other bank who lends us with an average tenor of 7.5, 8 years, and they keep rolling it over with CDs and what have you. But at the same time, we cannot raise from our own franchise. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of depositors like me or old pensioners who would like to subscribe to a safe and sound bank like HDFC, where we can keep our money secure for longer periods. Sir, with these comments, I think I will leave you. I have independently written to both of y'all relatively longer email because obviously because of paucity of time one can't discuss all of this, and I look forward to your responses. I should thank Santosh and his team as well as the financial control unit and their team for servicing our information request very efficiently and thoroughly. Thank you, sir, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 30, Mr. Rohit Kumar Prasad. Hello, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Can you please say something? It appears we're experiencing a technical difficulty with Mr. Rohit. Chairman, sir, with your permission, may I please invite the next speaker? Inviting speaker number 31, Mr. Sanjay Banik. Hello, sir.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Sir, I'm Sanjay Banik from Kolkata, shareholder as well as a customer of the HDFC Bank. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak at the AGM. Congratulations to the team for the super quarterly result just published today. Sir, I would like to point out some matter in the annual report. On page number 205, subsidiary details are being shown. Sir, if at least 5 years details are being provided, it would be better presentation for the shareholder in terms of judging the performance of subsidiaries. So number 2, on page number 164, the CSR amount spent page, there is a area, there is a column that project duration is mentioned, but it is not shown that whether the project is in month or is in year. That is not mentioned. It is on page 164. And so on CSR activities, out of 310 activities, only 3 projects are being carried on in West Bengal. Sir, why, sir? Don't you find any suitable project there? As I'm from Kolkata and West Bengal, so I have a query on it. Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, please. Please carry on, Mr. Balik.
Okay. Shashidhar sir, do you have any future plan regarding the listing of subsidiaries like HDFC Securities, HDFC HDB Financial Services? And now, sir, I am also a customer of the HDFC Bank, and I face some pertinent issues in HDFC Bank services. Number one is I can't invest in PPF and Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana using HDFC Bank app. This can be done only by using the HDFC Bank website. So this is a drawback. Kindly integrate these facilities into the app. I have raised this query to the banks, my bank branch also, but they are not taking these details seriously. Sir, I have recently watched an insightful investor meet where on the YouTube where Shashidhar sir and Kaiser sir were present. Where Shashidhar sir said that the bank is heavily investing on the technologies like AI, ML, etc. So in this regard, my point is kindly make the PayZapp app up to date in terms of cashback. Actually, the cashback is never credited instantly on the PayZapp app. Like Amazon Pay, Google Pay, Phone Pay, whenever we spend with a cashback offer, we receive the cashback instantly. But on the PayZapp, we don't receive it. So I had to email the PayZapp team customer care to receive the cashback after waiting at least 1 month. So kindly look after this. Okay, sir. Sir, I think this is happening to many one. So I am raising on behalf of many. Sir, on the PayZapp, exciting cashback are offers are different categories. PayZapp is providing exciting cashback on different categories, different areas, but we can't use it as the cashback is not getting credited instantly. So kindly look after this matter. Sir, it was delightful while watching some exciting products launches by the bank when it was recently presented by Mr. Arvind Kapil and Jimmy Tata about the Express Digital Car Loan. So do you have any innovative product like in home loan segment, in particularly small ticket loans? In small ticket loans, companies like Avas Financiaries, Home First Finance are doing excellent job in the small towns like and suburban areas. So do you have some, what is your plan and to gain the more market share in this segment, particular segment? Lastly, the HDFC Bank image creation is necessary. Sir, actually, when an old age person or some in backward area, whenever I talk to them, they always want to open an account with SBI only. They said that this is a Sarkari bank. I will only open the SBI account only. Because my money is safe with the Sarkari bank. So HDFC Bank is also a good and number one private sector bank. So what is the what will be your initiative to enlarge the image to the customers to insist them to open an account with them with HDFC Bank. Thank you, sir. Shashidhar, sir, I like your personality and you are so down to earth and flamboyant. No, you have no flamboyant lifestyle, and so I like your personality so much. I watch every your videos on the YouTube, and your shareholder friendly steps taken by your leadership will bring to the bank to the new high. I hope so. Thank you again for the board and management team for providing me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 32, Mr. Yusuf Yunus Rangwala.
Sir, you can hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can I go further? Yeah, go. Good evening, sir. Can you hear my voice, sir? Perfect. Can I go? Hello?
Yes, Yusuf bhai, please go ahead.
Yeah, very good evening, sir. I'm very happy with our Santosh Santosh sir for giving me a chance and also inviting me, sir. This is a very excellent bank, sir. I'm very happy with our bank department, sir. First, I will thankful to giving a dividend on 15 rupees 50 paisa on 1 rupee, sir. This is a very excellent, sir. Our bank performance is very excellent, sir. We are having a 428 pages. संतोष सर मैं आपको बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ सर आपने मुझे बैलेंस शीट भेजा बहुत अच्छी एक्सीलेंट बैलेंस शीट 400 428 इसका ऐसी बैलेंस शीट कभी हमने नहीं देखा सर कोई बैंक की बैलेंस शीट इट इज वेरी एक्सीलेंट वेरी on page number sir directly come on point page number 1110 we are helping a farmer loan and also we are helping as we are helping for a poor people needy people and see our activities on page number 1110. So this shows how you're caring, sir. 5,000 women, you are women you're helping. So this I am very happy with this, sir. Seeing this, I am very happy, sir. And sir, I would like to know when was, sir, did any sir. I am thankful to our Neeraj sir and Sitiki sir for giving me a chance and also phoning me, sir. They are very good services. We having a very two good young people with you working with you, bank, sir. I am very happy, sir. Sir, now I will come on point. We are merging with the bank. HDFC will be coming with us, sir. 24 shares of housing developer, 42 shares. After this merging, what will be our board to company people are with us, sir? I would like to know. Total number of ATM, 21,000 total number of, because we are having a total, we are having a ATM around 18,000, 18,000, sir, we have ATM. And we are having many branches, sir. These excellent branches, sir, we have. Sir, how many new branches will be opening in this year? And sir, we having a branches at Shitpur also, sir. I am from my native place Shitpur. Sir, वहाँ पे भी अपना HDFC बैंक का ब्रांच है सर. ये जान के सर मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई. और गुजरात में कौन से स्टेट में सर अपना टोटल नंबर ऑफ ब्रांचेस है? गुजरात में सर मैं जानना चाहता हूँ. सूरत, भरूच, वहाँ पे अपना टोटल कितना ब्रांचेस है सर HDFC? और सर अपना नया ब्रांचेस आप कितना खोलने वाले साल में सर? ये जानना चाहता हूँ. मुझे और तो कुछ नहीं पूछना है सर. मैं बस इधर ही एंड करता हूँ अपना स्पीच. थैंक यू वेरी मच. May God bless our company. And sir, one more thing, I smiling, handsome संतोष सर, उनकी जो सर्विस लाजवाब है सर. संतोष सर, उनको सर जितना धन्यवाद दिए उतना कम है सर. अपने पास एक बहुत अनमोल रतन है सर, आप उन्हें संभाल के रखे संतोष सर को सर अपने साथ में. थैंक यू वेरी मच. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. हो सके तो सर मंथ ऑफ दिवाली में सर अपना सर महालक्ष्मी आपका ऑफिस है सर, महालक्ष्मी में छोटा गेट टुगेदर रखिए सर एट द टाइम ऑफ दिवाली सर. सो सर 3 साल पहले आपने रखा था सर गेट टुगेदर. तो संतोष सर मेरा हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है, तो इस बहाने आपसे मुलाकात हो सकती है सर. और चेयरमैन सर आपसे भी हम मिलना चाहते हैं सर. 3 साल हुआ सर कोरोना में आपसे मुलाकात नहीं हुई सर. नेक्स्ट ईयर सर फिजिकल मीटिंग के लिए हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट ईयर सर जब होएगा तो फिजिकल मीटिंग 29 के लिए सर फिजिकल मीटिंग के लिए. धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई स्पीकिंग फ्रॉम मुंबई, यूसुफ रंगवाला. थैंक यू सर. जय हिंद सर. एक बार मैं वीडियो चालू करना चाहता हूँ सर. वीडियो चालू हुआ सर मेरा? नहीं सर, वीडियो नहीं चालू हुआ है. थैंक यू सर. जय हिंद सर. नथिंग मोर टू एड. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 33, Mr. Ashit Kumar Pathak.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. 1 minute. Very good evening, respected Chairman, MD and CEO, Board of Directors, Company Secretary, fellow members joining at 28th AGM of HDFC Bank Limited. My name is Ashit Kumar Pathak. At first, my esteemed gratitude to Company Secretary Mr. Santosh Alankar and Secretarial Department for sending me the notice and hard copy of annual report just between 24 hours of my mail. Excellent cooperation from the Secretarial Department, and thanks for this. And excellent representation by respected chairman. I have noted all the valuable points, especially sufficient capital buffer, strong balance sheet, and ESG framework. Excellent roadmap of my bank. Sir, I have already casted all the resolution mentioned in the notice. Excellent financial performance because financial year 22 depressed in pandemic and slow economy. Though profit after tax is 36,961.35 against 31,116.52 crores previous year, and book value increased 432.95, capital adequacy ratio 18.9, and GNPA decreased 1.17 against 1.32, and NPA nicely reduced to 0.32% against 0.04%. And liquidity coverage ratio is 121.16, and net stable funding ratio is 124. Excellent balance sheet, no doubt. And also members rewarded with dividend rupees 15.50, and also ESOP to senior managerial personnel and KMP. Excellent going forward by our bank's management team. Regarding, sir, overseas business, what positive steps my bank's management team taken? Where my bank has already global footprints, and it mentioned contribution of overseas branches banks to total income 0.55%. Also, US economy also impacted with hard inflations 9.1, and also IMF MD wants tough times, slowing growth, and exacerbating cost at living crisis. And in respect to domestic business, what positive steps my bank taken in the regarding quarters in financial year 23, where my country is facing low growth. Also, WPI 15%. Also, Union budget session capex program mentioned 7.5 lakhs crore. Please throw some highlights next quarter's financial perspectives. Regarding to bank deposits, fixed deposits rates, RBI already raised the repo rate 4.9%. Bank also raised the MCLR rate, but deposit holders, senior citizens only getting 6.5%, where the government bonds, tax-free bonds yield 8%. Also, Ministry of Road and Transport mentioned 8% on guaranteed return. So I think, it is my view I like to share, that fund will be converted to 8% tax-free bonds, because senior citizens mainly depends upon bank FD for their daily needs. So what step my bank taken about this? This is my second view. Also, government has asked banks to explore collaboration with startups and fintech to give a credit push. After RBI bans fintech from loading credit links onto wallets and PPI, card-based fintech switched to Plan B on reach out to leading banks to explore credit models. So I think my bank already taking these models. After merger, that is expected to bolster growth prospects to capitalize on cross-selling opportunities, both capital adequacy combined entities is mentioned. Also, the harmonizing rule between banks and non-banks, CRR and SLR requirement reduced to 20%, 90-day NPA window for NBFCs, and NBFC asked to set aside liquidity coverage ratio. And this rule changes paved the way of planned merger. My view is that many players also taking this advantage and going to competitive with this merger. So what positive steps might taken after this matter? Also, regarding business relation with my bank to HDFC Limited, mentioned in the balance sheet, my bank originates average 3,550 crore home loan per month and purchases 28,204.24 crores direct assignment of loan from HDFC Limited. Already we have a business relation with the HDFC banks. Also, HDFC Bank of my bank, already 2% customers sources home loans. Also, this is my view how this huge home loan overburdened with my bank with other products. Also, what is the fate of the key partners of HDFC Limited? Because they provided fixed deposit customers and also fixed deposits customers with by the way home loans customers to HDFC Limited and the HDFC fixed deposits holders after the merger. Because the HDFC Limited depositors gets better return than bank deposit. If possible, throw some highlights. And my banks have 2 subsidiaries. Any future plan to add more subsidiaries, strategic subsidiaries, if possible, throw some highlights. My previous speaker also mentioned about attrition, frontline staff and sales officers, attrition rate 43.7%. And overall regional base mentioned 25.50. And mostly below 30 years, attrition rate is 35.4. Steps taken to reduce this attrition rates. And in respect to MSME sectors, page 255 mentioned where 2,87,562 accounts restructured and outstanding amount mentions 6,874.39 crores as on 31st March 2022. So please throw about this present status of this. And also in page 145, it mentioned, Mr. Tamal Majumdar also mentioned various steps taken by fraud monitoring and control. But sir, page 258, number of frauds reported 6,543 and provisions held 231.74. Please throw some highlights about this present status of this. And also in page 259, it mentioned excludes other facilities to the borrowers aggregating 2,307.65 crores which have not been restructured through. Please throw some highlights. It mentioned in the page number 259. And about cost control, what steps taken because operating expense is higher than previous year. Also, sir, I noticed today's newspaper, Yes Bank sells rupees 48 crores bad loans for rupees 11.5 crores to tie up with JC Flowers for stress account sales and inviting offers to improve bid. My views that is my bank management team any intention to beat this? If possible, for some highlights. And finally, a top PSU bank strategies that retail loans in their engine of credit growth with a 16% compound annual growth rate for 3 years. I think my bank's management team also concentrated in this point. This is my view. I like to share here. And sir, one point, in a circular, the RBI said that NCPI will facilitate integration of UPI platform with all banks and ATM networks. Already my bank taken this integration. If possible, throw some highlights about this. And also Union Bank of India launched a virtual banking lounge on Metaverse on 8 July 2022. That is the virtual lounge universe, which will showcase of its products to customers virtually. This is the first Indian bank to open a virtual shop for publicity. Has already my bank's management team taken decision to set up banking lounge on Metaverse because Metaverse market may be reached $800 billion in 2024. Nothing to say more. I pray to God, everybody associated my bank with good health and the prosperity of my bank day by day. Thanking you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It appears speaker number 34, Mr. Sarjeet Singh, has not joined us. So moving on to speaker number 35, Mr. Dinesh Kotecha. Hello, sir. I request you to turn on your camera and your
Yes,
microphone.
sir. Yes, I'm there. I'm there, sir. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Having waited for nearly more than 2 hours now, my time has come. So I'm very happy with the report. The annual report theme, leading responsibility, and that is reflected in the figures that you have depicted in the balance sheet, sir. Integrated balance sheet, very good, colorful. All photos appear real life picture as we are seeing the photographs. So delighted because it's a collected copy of the annual report. So your net profit is 101 crore per day, and your CSR activity is nearly 101 crores per day, and CSR activity is nearly 2.01 crores per day. Fantastic. Dividend 6.5 last year, current year 15.50. So several companies, I am not complaining anything about HDFC today, because several companies are not even able to pay 2 rupees dividend, sir. And in that case, you have paid 15.50 for a face value of 1 rupee. Fantastic. Sir, I would like to know that you have got employees 1,41,579 as on 31st March reported in the balance sheet. Now let me tell you, I'm staying at Vasai, and Vasai in the industrial belt, the total people working here is 1,40,000. So you have got employees in HDFC which is more than the total people working in Vasai, sir. Fantastic. And sir, I would like to know boards and the management deliberation on weakness from past and present, and from opportunities for the future. What is the deliberations of the board and the management on the weakness from the past and the present, and the opportunities for the future? Minimum 3 points of each you can say, sir. So digital marketing is a huge market potential. What percentage inroad have we made in that, and what are the plans for the next year, 5 years, and 10 years hence? So what ways are planned to be desired to stop increasing online frauds with new age solutions? Online frauds are increasing day by day. You also reported. Several speakers earlier to me also said about it. I would like to know what plans are being devised by you with the new age technology. So page 17, I got some few queries on page 17, 17. So all your 10 operating ratio criteria are best, and you have given for the current year you have given the propped up figure. For 21 and 22 you have given smaller figure, but for 22 you have done propped up figure. I like that, sir, and continue this practice, sir. I'm very happy about it. Page 28. Sir, here the missed risk ratio, you have scored 13 points plus out of 15 points. That is, the percentage is 77%. Now I would like to know that the 3 points which are there: monitoring issues, number 1; hygienic factors, number 2; and the third factor is there are 2 factors in the hygienic factors. Now, how are we planning this? Because we should be able to score more, though you have given a detailed analysis in the next few pages about the risk analysis that you do in all the areas. But still, the risk management, the internal risk management, what is the satisfaction score that you have given to yourself? The employees together in your meetings, what is the internal management satisfaction score for the risk management? Is it 7? Is it 8? Is it 9? 10 out of 10? What? I would like to know that. So page 122. Again, I'm delighted to see, we have got 13 awards, all for the best in each category. Dil khush ho gaya, sir. Satya khush ho gaya. Because we have attended SBI Bank, we are attending other banks, but there is no bank like HDFC. Sir, RBI think tank report 10 states rated as paralyzed day before yesterday or 1 week ago. RBI has given a report, the think tank report of the RBI has given a report that 10 states are rated as paralyzed: Punjab, Kerala, West Bengal, Bihar, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, MP, UP, Haryana. Sir, I would like you to just give a small suggestion here. We have been expanding our branches. So review our branch working in each of the 10 states as mentioned by the RBI report. And further expansion to this 10 states, in this 10 states, must be very, very strict now, because RBI said that they can become small areas of Sri Lanka. RBI has very clearly mentioned in the report, sir. So please see to it that this improves. Sir, other than that, I have got one more question, that your assurance statement given on page 123 by KPMG is fantastic, sir. Fantastic. And I am finding this assurance report for the first time in a bank. It was not there in any other bank report which I have gone through. So I am very thankful for you for giving such report. And the integrated annual report, again, very thankful for that. Other than that, sir, people, shareholders like me and other shareholders, we always want more and more and more. We should be satisfied that you are the best working bank right now. And for the merger, as you have stated to us, that don't say anything about the merger. I will not say anything about the merger except one small thing, sir. Please allow me. Merger will amount to 1 plus is equal to not 2, but it will be 11. Should be our target. The benefits of the merger should be 11, not 2, sir. Jagdishan ji is laughing there, smiling, but I am happy that he has got that point. Sir, because HDFC Bank, we give money. And HDFC housing, they give housing loans. So they need money for taking more money, which we can provide. So it is a two-way, it will provide safety to our loans also. And the other banks, the HDFC's housing, HDFC Limited, its requirement will be met from us. So both of them is complementary, sir. So I welcome this merger, sir. I will speak more about the merger in the AGM. Other than that, sir, one small point of notice which I can tell you, that our bank is the best bank private sector, sir. Let people say anything. You yourself know it, sir. And I found you, sir, Mr. Chakrabarti, more cooler than Mr. Deepak Parekh. And thank you for your coolness, because you have been sitting for the last 2.5 hours listening to us patiently, and still 4 or 5 speakers are there. After that, you will be giving the answers. And if some of my answers are not given, you can give it to me in writing. Mr. Santosh Aldankar, I'm requesting you to please send my answers in writing if some of them answers are missed by the chairman. Thank you very much, sir, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 36, Mr. Jasmeet Singh.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Respected Chair, Board of Directors, and my co-shareholders, I'm happy to join you on this video conferencing AGM of HDFC Bank. Chairman sir, मेरे दो जो हैं वो points हैं. Last year मैं miss कर गया था registration करवाने के लिए. मेरा जो पहला पॉइंट है वो है कि जो हमारी सब्सिडरी कंपनीज हैं, HDFC सिक्योरिटीज, HDB फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज, HDFC एर्गो जनरल इंश्योरेंस, ये जो 3 कंपनी के जो शेयर्स हैं ये मार्केट में उपलब्ध हैं. इन शेयरों में सेल और परचेज जो है वो प्राइवेट ब्रोकरेज हाउसेस करते हैं. सर मैं जो है ये कंपनी के, मेरे पास HDFC बैंक का जो शेयर है, सिंस जब आपका ये कंपनी कंसीव हुई थी तब से मेरे पास ये शेयर्स हैं, बिकॉज आई हैपन टू बी द शेयर होल्डर ऑफ HDFC बिफोर दैट. तो मेरा सिर्फ सवाल ये है, ये जो शेयर्स को आप ये कंपनियों के जब मार्केट में अवेलेबल हैं, तो ये किस वर्ष में आप लोगों ने ये इनको इश्यू किया और किनको किया, और जिनको किया उन्होंने अब बेच क्यों रहे हैं? हमारे पास जिनके जो के कोर शेयर होल्डर्स जो के सिंस इंसेप्शन आपके साथ जो जुड़े हुए हैं, हमारे को ये शेयर्स क्यों नहीं ऑफर किए गए? अब ये इतने सारे लोगों ने इतने वर्षों में आपसे ये सवाल पहले किया नहीं किया मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन मेरे ये मन में ये जो है बहुत बड़ा दर्द है कि HDFC जो एक बहुत ही एक सम्माननीय आप बहुत अच्छी हैं, लेकिन आपने हमारे अपने शेयर होल्डरों को शेयर ना दे के अब मार्केट से हम ये शेयर ले सकते हैं, हमारे को आपने शेयर नहीं दिए. मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है सर, जो हुआ सो हुआ. अब आप जो है जो 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 शेयर होल्डर जो कि पुराने इतने वर्षों से जो आपके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, खासकर जिन जो आईपीओ से जुड़े हुए हैं, उनको आप 200 शेयर इन कंपनियों के दीजिए आज। ये मेरा पहला आपसे गुजारिश है। दूसरा सर कि जो इनका अभी इनको आपने कब इनको जो है इनका आईपीओ लेके आएंगे, कुछ उसके बारे में बताइए। इसके अलावा सर मेरा दूसरा पॉइंट ये है कि हमारी कंपनी अभी जो डिविडेंड देती है, आपने 15 रुपए 50 पैसे दिए और एक अर्निंग पर शेयर हमारी जो थी वो 66 रुपीस की थी। सभी ने आपका इसके बारे में धन्यवाद कहा और मैं भी धन्यवाद कहता हूं, लेकिन मेरी जो दर्द है वो ये है, ये जो 15 रुपए 50 पैसे, ये 25% भी नहीं है आपके जो मुनाफे जो आप कमाए हैं। हम पिछले 20-25 साल से जो आपसे जुड़े हुए हैं वो इस आशा में जुड़े हुए हैं कि कंपनी ग्रो करेगी, हमारा जो है हमारा भी उसमें जो है आमदनी जो है एज ए डिविडेंड, मेरा शेयर होल्डर का मेरा क्या राइट है, मेरा जो राइट है वो डिविडेंड पर है। लेकिन वो डिविडेंड जो डिसाइड करना है वो आप लोगों ने करना है, लेकिन आप उसको कम क्यों डिसाइड करते हो, मुझे ये नहीं समझ में आती। हम जो है हम 1/4 क्यों कर रहे हैं, हम जो है हम 2/3 क्यों नहीं करते? वाई डोंट वी डिक्लेयर 66% ऑफ आवर डिविडेंड? जो आपको वो फंडिंग चाहिए आगे अपने ऑपरेशंस को बढ़ाने के लिए, वो तो आप वैसे ही जुटा लेंगे। वो उसमें उसके बारे में तो आपको ना आपको चिंता की जरूरत होनी चाहिए, ना हमको चिंता की जरूरत होनी चाहिए। हम जो शेयर होल्डर हैं, हमारा हक जो डिविडेंड पर बनता है वो तो हमारे को आप दीजिए। जो सम्मानजनक जो डिविडेंड बनता है वो है करीब 2/3 आपके जो लाभ होते हैं। अब मेरी एक और दर्द वाली वो मेरा एक और पेन पॉइंट शुरू हो रहा है। HDFC जो पेरेंट कंपनी है जो आपके साथ विलय हो रहा है जिसका, वो तो देते हैं अपने 40% जो शेयर्स को वो डिविडेंड में बांटते हैं, आप 25% भी नहीं बांटते। अब वो 40% वाली कंपनी जब आप में विलय हो जाएगी तो वहां पर भी हमारे को यही जो है ये दिक्कत होगी कि हम तो है वो 25% वाला जो है उस पर हम बैठे होंगे। सर हमने जो आपके साथ जो तब से निवेश किया और आज जो निवेश किए बैठे हैं वो इसीलिए है कि हमारे को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ हो। वो लाभ तभी होगा जब आप इसको अपने जो है ये नीतियों को थोड़ा सा उसमें जो एक शेयर होल्डर अंशधारी के प्रति उनको थोड़ा सा आप जो है वो उसमें लाएंगे, फेवर में लाएंगे। और आप भी तो शेयर होल्डर है, ESOP आप सबको मिले हुए हैं, आपको भी उसमें ज्यादा फायदा होगा। आप इसको जो पे आउट रेशियो जो है इसको 25% जो भी नहीं है, क्लोज टू 25% है, इसको आप बढ़ाइए और 2/3 तक लेके जाइए। इतनी मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है। अब सर मैं ये अपने जो है ये अपने इसको मैं क्लोज करता हूं। मेरा ये एक देखिए मेरा 36वां नंबर है। करीब करीब 200 क्वेश्चन आप लोगों से पूछ लिए गए हैं। वो 200 क्वेश्चन के जवाब आप कब देंगे, नहीं देंगे, क्या देंगे, कौन सुनेगा, क्या होगा? मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है नेक्स्ट टाइम से सर आप साथ के साथ ही जो है वो जवाब दिया कीजिए। उसके लिए हमें थोड़ा और इंतजार करना पड़ेगा, वो ठीक है, लेकिन साथ के साथ वो होना चाहिए एक दो मतलब दोनों साइड से वो होना चाहिए। मेरे को कोई मेरी बात का अगर जवाब नहीं मिलता मैं आपको उसी समय में पूछ भी लूं कि सभापति जी आपने ये जवाब आपने नहीं दिया, इसको आप दीजिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। संतोष जी जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी हैं, CFO साहब हैं, उनकी गुड कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस है और मुझे आशा है कि वो आगे भी इसको और ऊपर ऊंचाइयों पे लेके जाएंगे। आप सभी का अति धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. It appears speaker number 37, Mr. Ravi Kumar Naredi, number 38, Mr. Nadeem Aziz Hussain, and number 39, Mr. Kushag Raj Jain have not joined us. So let's move on to speaker number 40, Mr. Vinod Motilal Agarwal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and respected Chairman Atanuji, as MD Shashidhar Jagdishan ji, as CS Santosh Haldanka ji, CFO Srinivasan Vaidyanathan ji. Good afternoon, good evening now to everyone, sir. It has been very painstaking, sir. I think so it would have been for you also, sir. You give so much time to speakers when you have generally all the companies have a moratorium for 3 minutes given to the speakers. Here the speakers are taking 8 minutes to speak, and the grievances were very same, sir. This thing could have been controlled by the moderator, and if they have got more, this thing they should have taken by the email. Now, if we come at 40 and people are speaking 6, 7 minutes, even the management which are sitting out there, they are all very valuable time they have, sir. If you have this giving 7, it goes by 2.5 hours, 3 hours, sir, in the meeting, which should have been completed in about 1.5, 2 hours. It goes into 3 hours, sir. You'll have to look into this next year, sir. This was my grievance as a number 40 speaker. So, but now, coming so late into the meeting, most of the queries would have been raised by my earlier speakers, and they were very knowledgeable. Some Mr. Papa, Mr. Kotecha, they raised very nice points, sir. But my 1 or 2 observations, sir. We've got 141,000 employees, and our branches, we may have correspondence, this thing, are 6342. That works out to about 23 employee per branch. I feel in this modern age with the digitalization, this 23 employee per branch is a little on the higher side. How do you rationalize this, sir? And on May 28th, there was communication from the company that you're likely to open 4,500 to about 6,000 new branches in the next 3 years, sir. What would be the capex on this new branches that you would open, and what time does it take for a branch to come into a profit? You opened 754 branches last year, 700 odd branches last year. What time does it take for the branch to come into profits? The finances and all are very good, sir. No need to speak about them, sir. These are my 2 simple queries. And HDFC, HDFC Finance Services, PAT was 1,000 crores, net worth, this everything on a very small equity. I mean, the assets are nice and everything, but as and when the company comes with the public issue, keep a portion of the issues for the holders of the bank shareholders, sir. Thanking you. Signing off, Vinod Agarwal, sir.
Thank you, sir. Inviting speaker number 41, Ms. Shobhana Sudhir Mehta.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, respected chairman, अन्य मेरे जाने माने डायरेक्टर भाइयों और शेयर होल्डर भाई बहन, मेरा नाम शोभना मेहता, मैं दुबई से बोल रही हूँ। लंच लेकर बैठी थी 1 o'clock, यहाँ पर 1.5 घंटा दुबई पीछे है, और 3 o'clock और 4 o'clock अभी चाय का टाइम हो गया। चेयरमैन साहब, मैं आपकी पेशेंस की दाद देती हूँ। तो कहूंगी चेयरमैन साहब, 3 hours आपने सभी को बहुत शांति से सुना। हालांकि 3 मिनट सबको दी गई थी, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी कई लोग बहुत लंबा बोले हैं। एनीवे, रेणु जी कैसी है आप? रेणु जी कहते हैं ना, जो बात आप में है आपकी तस्वीर में नहीं। सो आप सबसे मिले हुए 3 साल हो गए, बस अभी सोचती हूँ कि बस जल्दी से ही नेक्स्ट ईयर ये मर्जर की मीटिंग होगी, तब जरूर मिलना होगा, ऐसी उम्मीद करती हूँ। सर, बैलेंस शीट वेल इन टाइम भेजी थी हमारे सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ने ईमेल के थ्रू। सो कहूंगी बैलेंस शीट वेरी कलरफुल, इंफॉर्मेटिव एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट बनाई है। सो मैं हमारे कंपनी सेक्रेटरी श्री संतोष जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को धन्यवाद देते हुए कहूंगी कि वेरी वेल डन, वेरी गुड, कीप इट अप। आपने कलरफुल फोटोग्राफ की जुबानी बैंक की पूरी कहानी बताने की कोशिश की है। सो वंस अगेन वेल डन। और सर, आपने अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में कंपनी बैंक वर्किंग के बारे में थोड़ा बहुत बता दिया है, और मेरे आगे 40 स्पीकर्स बहुत कुछ बोल गए हैं, बहुत सारी क्वेरीज भी कर ली है। सो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे लिए कुछ बोलने जैसा रहा नहीं। मैं दुबई चली गई, दूर चली गई तो नंबर भी दूर हो गया और 3 घंटा लग गया। एनीवे, सो जो क्वेरीज आ गई है उसे रिपीटेशन ना करते हुए कहूंगी, रिजल्ट देखे एक्सेलेंट और एंकरेजिंग परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है, और अच्छे रिजल्ट को देखते हुए आपने हमारा डिविडेंड भी ₹15.50 पर शेयर, फेस वैल्यू ऑफ ₹1 रेकमेंड किया है। तो मैं आपको और आपकी एंटायर टीम को बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाई देते हुए धन्यवाद देती हूँ। और सर, साथ में शुभकामना देना चाहूंगी, कहूंगी सूरज की हर किरणें रोशनी दे आपको,
फूलों की हर कली खुशबू दे आपको। मेरी भगवान से यही दुआ है, देने वाला हर खुशी दे आपको। सर, कंपनी ने CSR में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, वेरी गुड, कीप इट अप। सर, मैंने पहले ही बता दिया कि अभी आज आपका ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगी, क्योंकि कई लोगों ने आपका बहुत टाइम ले लिया है और आप शांति से सुन के भी आ रहे हैं। जस्ट फॉर माई इंफॉर्मेशन, सिर्फ एक ही सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी कि आज जूम के थ्रू वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग AGM आपने रखी है, तो कितने हवर्स के लिए स्लॉट लिया है और कितने एक्सपेंसेस होंगे इस मीटिंग के? ये जस्ट फॉर माई इंफॉर्मेशन है। अदरवाइज जहां तक मैं श्री दीपक भाई को जानती हूँ, दीपक भाई परीख को, तो कहूंगी मुझे मैनेजमेंट और पर पूरा फेथ है कि आप जो भी करोगे वो कंपनी और शेयर होल्डरों के हित में ही होगा। सो सर, जहाँ पे होता है वैसे भी वहाँ ज्यादा सवाल नहीं किया करते। और ये बैंक के शेयर्स तो हमें दीपक भाई ने फ्री में ही दिए थे। अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर मर्जर होने जा रहा है, तो हमारी एक लिस्ट में से एक कंपनी कम होगी, उसका दुख मुझे जरूर होगा। एनीवे, आज आपने जो रेजोल्यूशन रखा है वो सभी में मैं फुल्ली सपोर्ट करते हुए कंपनी के लिए शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। हमारी कंपनी दिन दुगुनी रात चौगुनी तरक्की करती रहे। और इसी के साथ में आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर सक्सेस टू ऑल ऑफ यू। मेनू जी, वंस अगेन मिस यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 42, Mr. Mukesh Ajmera.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. It has been longer than a movie time. Movies don't last this long these days. Vanakkam, Mr. Jagadishan. Namaskara to Ranganath, the only person I know in the board of directors whom I used to meet at Infi. He probably may not remember with so many investors. There is a better way of maybe handling this so that all of you don't get as bored as speakers. Of course, it's your responsibility and duty, so it's a necessary evil for all of you in the board of directors. But for us speakers, hanging around this long becomes too tedious. Reliance does pre-recorded and AGMs, so maybe you can think of that, because when speaker numbers exceed beyond a few numbers, maybe 25, 30, it gets to the point of no return for even participants. So maybe you can explore this either for video or audio pre-recorded before the meetings. I would like to get into two main areas as a well-wisher of the bank, and both as a customer as well as a consultant in CRM and customer delight that I have done for several years. The first thing is Mr. Jagadishan's message says the reimagining the future with technology and a service first culture, which is nice. Now that is for future, but for the present it would be nice if we can rewind a little bit and discover what all things are happening or not happening, and where do we stand in terms of service as well as many other facets, especially when both the entities are going to be merging soon. There can be a clash of interest as far as service is concerned, and already the bank's customers who are being neglected, there are quite a lot. I mean, see, there's nothing like perfect thing. Only perfect company that I know of and I have experienced is Infosys. Fortunately, one of the persons who was with the company is there on board of directors of HDFC, and I would request Ranganath to bring in Infi culture into the HDFC merged entities or individual companies, because that's a very big area, and unfortunately in India it has been a neglected thing, because this is a country of numbers and most of the people end up everybody is as they say in Hindi, sabki dukaan chalti hai, the best of the companies and products or to the worst of the companies and products, but every entity needs to retain its image and brand equity, which comes not only from the top line and the bottom line, but even from the middle line, which I call as a customer service consultant, which is the customers. Middle line is the customer. Only with middle line being handled properly, the top line and bottom line of any organization flourishes. And this has been seen in several companies. Infosys, being a homegrown company, not too old, relatively compared to many other companies in India, is a benchmark we can look at. I would like to mention, a couple of areas. One is, the insurance to the bank depositors. Though the government has a role and say from 1 lakh, paltry 1 lakh to paltry 5 lakhs, it has been increased recently. But even that is insufficient. Why cannot a bank pay to a customer whatever is the amount parked with the bank? Let's say 1 crore, 5 crores, 2 crores, 1 lakh, 1,000, whatever it is. Why should the insurance be only for 5 lakhs? The banks have been making huge profits, whatever within their parameters. And, many of the customers are parking their lifetime savings, and all their money is parked in either one bank or maybe whatever number of banks. So if there's some cyber fraud, or if the banks fail, which many small entities have disappeared in the last few years, should this insurance not cover this? People park money in the banks thinking that is the safest way to park their money. But what safety is it if a bank disappears or if some cyber fraud happens? Sometimes, let's say we are traveling for 30, 40 days and we do not even know what has happened with your bank account. So all these rudimentary changes need to be brought in by reputed banks like yours, in consultation with RBI and the government. That is one way of safeguarding people's interest and building confidence in them. One of the other main areas I would like to address, Mr. Jagdishan, is the credit card and reward points. Now, I've been writing to Mr. Aditya Puri. I've written about a dozen times. And as part of your change of customer service module and model, which, if we write to the top management, ultimately like a musical chair and merry-go-round, it comes back to the branch. The branch does not even have the jurisdiction nor decision-making power on so many issues. It keeps shuttling between people, and the customer issues never get resolved. So why don't you change this model? There are a lot of inputs I can give later on if you are interested, because I've dealt with financial institutions and even done consultancy with Citicorp at their corporate headquarters in New York long ago. And of course, being a customer as well as a customer service consultant, I have many inputs. In fact, I did a free consultancy for HDFC Bank more than 10 years back at your head office, when there was sweep account was being swiped as FIFO instead of LIFO, and I had to struggle for more than 3-4 years. Except the branch manager, nobody even acknowledged that it has benefited several lakhs of your customers. Anyway, so credit card reward points, I don't understand why do you have an expiry on that? Only human beings have expiry. Human beings expire. Rewards don't expire. All of you get your salaries and whatever rewards you get in your professional or personal lives. Does it ever expire? This concept of expiry, everybody apes each other's models. If you probably recall, Mr. Jagdishan, several years back, all these reward points started in the US, airlines and the banks and many others. But there, the difference is if one person, one bank, one entity starts something good, others ape that. In India, it's just the opposite. Everybody apes each other's bad models. And once the reward points have expired, each month we get 15, 20, 25, whatever, 5 points. What do you do with it? You can't even get a ball pen refill. You can either shut the reward points or don't have expiry on them. It's something that we have earned. That's the word that says reward. So likewise, all of you get rewards for your performance. So why don't you please look into this as one of the leading banks of credit cards? Please stop this expiry business. If you think it is not profitable, there are ways to get around that, but expiry is not the solution to it. And in fact, other credit card companies should try to emulate you rather than you copying others. That is one issue. And one of the things amongst the AGM speakers, I would suggest when there is a physical meeting, we would prefer to, we can very easily meet other shareholders. So in this, you even have a option of chat. So we should be allowed to chat with other shareholders. Maybe there are some issues of common interest and concern. It could be very well enabled through Zoom platform. This is my request, and please do consider many of these points. There are several of them, but then due to paucity of time here, and all of us have been conked out, it's time to quit, and probably I'll connect with you some other time if there is an opportunity. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Inviting the next speaker, speaker number 43, Mr. Dipankar Purkayas. Hello, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I had sent in a long list of questions by email, and I received very comprehensive and accurate replies from the secretarial team. So I will not go into all those issues. So there are just 3 points I would like to highlight in this AGM. First is, in your annual report, there is a section where you have given 10-year highlights. So if you look at that, up to 2014-15, the return on equity of HDFC Bank was around 20% plus. Since 2014-15, it has been steadily declining year after year, and it now stands at 16.9%. Now, if you look at the numerator, the ROA has remained steady during this period. There has been only a marginal decline in NIMs. The culprit has been the denominator, where the capital ratio has gone up from 16.8% to 18.9%. Tier 1 capital ratio has gone up from 11% to nearly 18%. This is well over the minimum regulatory requirements which the regulator has specified. And this has led to your decline in the ROE. Now, every bank has to trade a very fine line between being excessively capitalized and being excessively leveraged. I recognize that dilemma, but in the case of this bank and all the other private sector banks, probably because of COVID, in the last 2-3 years, the balance has swung to becoming excessively capitalized. Now, either you put this excess capital into productive use by stepping up credit growth. Unfortunately, a lot of this depends on macro variables which are beyond your control. If it happens, well and good. I'll be the happiest person. If it doesn't happen, I think you should seriously consider returning excess capital to the shareholders. Some of the shareholders, Mr. Jasmeet Singh notably, were very vocal on this, and even though they did not express in finance jargon, they were bang on point. If you can't utilize this excessive capital, please return it to the shareholders either by way of one-time special dividend or by share buybacks if the regulator permits that. Please don't sit with excess capital. And please, by the way, do not give this kind of response. When I asked this question on the mail, the response given was that some of our private sector peer banks too operate at the same level, and we would not like to be an outlier. See, please don't get into groupthink. Just because your competitors are inefficient in capital utilization, you should not blindly follow in their footsteps. Second issue I would like to highlight is that the expenditure on technology that this bank has been doing for the last few years. In 1920, you spent 42 crores. 2021, you spent 67 crores. In 21-22, you spent 397 crores, out of which 295 crores came because of the RBI's diktat. In my opinion, your expenditure on technology is still awfully low. I'll give you just one example. In your annual report, you have given the maximum concurrent user capacity of net banking and mobile, and you have given a figure of 90,000. I inquired what was your peak utilization capacity in the last few months. By March 31st, you have already touched 71% of this capacity. So what kind of redundancy you are building, I really don't understand. Because if this trend I extrapolate, you will again run into problems in a few months or a few months down the line. And third is a very curious question I have got, in the sense that I found from your balance sheet and in response to my query that you have transferred 65,704 credit card NPA accounts to Kotak Mahindra Bank, not to an ARC, but to Kotak Mahindra Bank. That's what your secretarial department informs me. I just want to understand, why is it that Kotak Mahindra Bank is considered to be more efficient in recovering credit card NPAs than your bank? I mean, because I've never seen a bank selling credit card bank NPAs to another bank. Selling it to an ARC, selling it to a specialized recovery agency, fine, I understand that. But why sell it to a competitor bank? It's been a long day, so I will not trouble you with any more questions, but please do focus on capital utilization. Thank you for the opportunity and good day.
Thank you, sir. That concludes all the shareholder addresses. Shareholder queries will now be answered. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Thanks very much all the shareholders for being so kind to, number one, express appreciation for the manner in which bank has been working. They will be duly conveyed to the teams that work on the ground because they truly deserve it. I also have taken note of all the issues, complaints, queries. There have been heartburns also expressed. They have been duly noted. I will try to answer a few of the queries which have come up. First one relates to the dividend itself, as to why dividend has not been in excess of what is being given. The bank has been giving dividend in the range of 20 to 25% in order to provide for the adequate capital for the credit growth. And the credit growth, the manner in which it is being provided, and the risk models, because another issue that had been mentioned by some of the shareholders as to whether the risk modeling takes place or not. So the capital requirement, the risk modeling, the stress testing is a very regular process in the bank, and very sophisticated and very accurate because they are all back tested. Therefore, on the basis of that, the capital is adequate, and perhaps on the basis of which the dividend payout between 23 to 25% is a range which seems appropriate to push more credit, create a larger balance sheet, more advances, more income, and in absolute terms thereafter, a much larger dividend. So at the end of it, it's the shareholders who tend to gain. So that's the issue on the dividend. On the branch network, it is likely to double over 3 to 5 years, depending upon the requirement in specific areas, and also how pandemic pans out, because that really sort of, in a sense, comes in the way of expanding the network itself. Expanding network is also important from the customer satisfaction point of view, which is a very important input that we have received from the shareholders. Not all branches would be full-blown branches. Many of them are likely to be small. The branches in the city tend to break even within 2 years, and those which are outer area, depending upon where they are located, tend to take about 3 years. However, they are extremely important for customers to connect. Overseas branches, as many customers had wanted to know, are at Bahrain, Hong Kong, Dubai, and Gift City. Gift City is an area where this jurisdiction is growing very fast, and with multiplicity of products which are being used by both NRIs as well as those who are using the liberalized remittance scheme, and this has huge potential. Somebody had asked a question about the owned offices. The bank had been always focused on keeping the cost low, and cost to income ratio is one of the lowest in the, if not the lowest in the industry. And that's the reason that of 17.26 million square feet of space, only 1.80 is owned and 15.46 is leased. But of course, the advice regarding consolidating the offices at certain places at one single place is very well taken. they have been fragmented more because of historical reason as the bank grew in Bombay itself. Coming to female employees, the number of female employees, diversity is a major objective of the bank. And you'll be happy to note that last year, 28% of the hirees, which is much above the present level of women in the workforce in the bank, were women. I do wish that it grows even faster, and I'm sure it would. They bring a lot of value to the bank. Regarding frauds, and somebody had raised an issue on the auto loan investigation where certain fines were levied by the regulator. We do represent whenever issues do come up and complaints go, regulators ask us question, we do represent in many cases, though our representation are accepted, and where they are not, and there are certain punishments which are levied, certain fines levied, we pay those fines. In auto loan, a specific issue which was raised, there were staff accountability that was fixed, and accordingly, those staff who were responsible for it were duly punished as well. I'll not get into the detail of how many people and so on and so forth. Coming to macro, couple of shareholders had raised this query as to how, if the world growth rate is getting lowered, as to how India would fare, and how does one see in the for India there, and the bank's growth therein. As far as I'd partly tried to answer this in my opening address itself, Indian economy is largely driven, 60% driven by the domestic consumption, and also a very large push by the infrastructure, by the government, the PLI scheme, the growth in the service sector. The rebound in the country is fairly substantial. And that shows in the growth rate being projected for next year and the years going forward. And the good part is that the banks and the financial sector as such in the country is in fairly good shape post reforms. And there's a very substantial formalization of the economy also. So that gives the bank a good chance to grab a larger pie of that growth. And that is what we are aiming at. And for that, a larger liability base is being built up, and to that objective, deposit rates, etc., are also being raised so as to meet an objective of providing a larger credit push into the economy. Frauds on that, we have zero tolerance. And have you seen, we would have seen that perhaps the numbers looks more, but the amounts are much smaller. On attrition, I'll request Managing Director to dwell more on that. On the carbon, being carbon neutral, banks objective is to be carbon neutral by year 2032. And of course, this is a very evolving area and we are all keeping ourselves completely clued onto this area. I had mentioned that we already have an ESG framework for credit on this matter. There have been, this conference meeting through video conferencing is a mixed bag. As some of the shareholders have expressed that they were able to attend because it was through video conferencing. Some of them, of course, we do wish that there is some amount of touch and feel and one can meet in person. However, we have also concern about your well-being, and pandemic still remains pandemic. It has not become endemic, and till we see the end of it, we'll go as per the government regulations in this regard. Having said that, I'll request Mr. Shashidhar Jagdishan to further elaborate on any of the matters which would have been left out, or he would like to give greater amount of detail, and the rest where the queries are more granular in nature, they would be replied via email so that the time of other shareholders is not taken. Thank you. I request Mr. Jagdishan to
Thank you, Chairman.
elaborate.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, dear shareholders, for all your patience and all the questions that you have asked. As the Chairman mentioned, we shall try and answer to the best of our efforts, but as far as possible, we'll try and also respond to you by email through the Secretarial Unit. I have sort of tried my best to list down all the questions as you were talking. So let me try and see if my memory serves right and trying to go through some of the questions which were common in theme. So starting with some of the ones that came about, Mr. Surana, I agree with you. Maybe we can explicitly explain the word reduction in the provisions movement. It's there are three parts to it. One is upgradations, where if an account turns into an NPA, when it comes back into regular, then you don't need those provisions. So that's part one of the upgradation. The other reduction is on account of recoveries. It continues to be if I have 100 rupees of NPA, I'm able to recover 80 rupees. So that 80 rupees is called recoveries. 20 continues to be as an NPA. Then I may not be able to recover or upgrade. So that the balance goes as a write-off. So these are the three parts of reductions that constitute reductions. Details of what percentage or what is the amount probably we'll have at email to you. A lot of shareholders, including yourself, did ask about what's our plans on HDFC Securities and our another subsidiary, HDB. Now, HDB is a financial investment which we have in this bank, in this entity. Now, obviously, with the announcement of the merger, we are still awaiting directions from the regulator as to what is the status of our holding in that particular company. So we will be able to decide on our future plan as directed by the regulator over a period of time. So as and when we get the approvals from the Reserve Bank of India and their directions on this investment, we probably will give you a kind of a glide path. As regards HDFC Securities, large part of the customers of HDFC Securities are customers of the bank. So, it's a brokerage, is a product offering of this group. So, hence, our thought processes here, we would like to maintain a majority holding in this particular company because it complements our product offering. Whether it is at the current level of 95% or whether it is, monetized to some extent is something that we will take as we progress with a lot of other investments. The chairman did talk about diversity. I will not sort of repeat it, but I would like to echo whatever he said. This is our priority. The fact that COVID has taught us how to work in a very hybrid environment, give more flexibility to women, especially homemakers and mothers, because they're very important from nurturing their children, managing children and work. So we have a very humane policy of hybrid working, and we believe that this should sort of be will help us in stepping up the diversity ratios over the next 3-4 years. On the branch plans, the chairman had already mentioned, that is extremely important, not only to absorb our continued growth, we need more and more liabilities, and I've said this even in investor calls. that if you have to absorb the merger that's going to happen as and when we get our approvals, this will be extremely important. It may not sort of give us the kind of momentum now, but 2-3 years later, all the branches that we are planning to open or the expansion plans that we're going to have will help us to mobilize a lot more liabilities. So that's the reason why it's very important. I know one of the shareholders did mention, is it possible? If, the way we have planned or we want to do, it's about 7 branches or a branch in 7 days. Well, yes, if we are challenging ourselves, after all, we are an execution engine. We believe that this is extremely important because India is a land of opportunity. As you know, it's underpenetrated for banking and financial services. So if we feel that the opportunity to extend banking is there in India, then we need to ensure that we have all the resources such as funding to be able to fund that kind of a growth. And branch is an important fulcrum to add to our portfolio so that we can add more and more customers and liabilities. A lot of people may not have said it, but I'm sure people would be asking, I mean, is it not too much? Is it something concentrated, etc.? Really, if you really look at it, even in places like Mumbai and Delhi, and I'm sure I remember Karthik asking this last year as well, our density of branches, contrary to what you believe, is less. If you really compare with the developed countries, OECD countries, the density of taking our population into account, the density is 50% of what it should be over the world. I think if our objective for which we have been granted a license is to extend banking to a larger part of the population, then we need to serve our customers or the citizens through better reach despite digitalization. So that's the thought process. We have been increasing our share over the last 5 years. Our market share on assets is about 11% odd, between 11 and 12%. Our deposits is anywhere between 9 and 10% as we speak. So we have been gaining market share, but we are still not the number one bank. There is a larger bank beyond us, but we are steadily increasing it. And I'm sure the plans that the board has for us, we have an opportunity to continue to step up the share as well. One of the questions that came about was, which is that segment which provides you the best return on capital employed? When you really look at the broad 3 segments of the bank, it's corporate segment or the MSME segment or the retail segment. All these segments, the way we run our businesses is to ensure that ultimately it provides a certain return on asset and a certain return on equity. Now, when you look at the pricing and which is a combination of the cost of funds, etc., each of these businesses, we have a risk-based pricing methodology which factors in the cost of operations, the cost of funds, the credit cost, and so that we arrive at a certain return on asset for each of these segments. The methodology is such that the return on asset or the return on equity, I'll come to the return on equity, is more or less similar for all these segments. So it's not that retail is better than a wholesale corporate, or SME is better than a corporate, or corporate is better than. All these segments, if you really look at our 27-year track record, we have been growing all these businesses equally, some higher depending on the macro environment and dynamics. So just to conclude on that, all our segments are extremely profitable. The return on capital employed will also depend on the risk weights of some of the products. Now, if you compare with the Basel, with the international BIS risk ratings, all our products, including some of the ones which have a higher risk weight, like the consumer assets, whether it's auto loans or credit cards or personal loans, etc., will be extremely profitable as well, or the return on capital employed will be higher. But there are reasons why the Indian regulations have pegged the risk weights higher than the international regulations. That is for just to be careful about the consumption growth. I think there will be a time when all this will get converged to international regulations, and at that time, even optically, the return on capital employed will be very similar to that of all the segments will have similar capital employed. I think one of the most often asked questions is that we are adding a lot of branches. We added 700 branches. So how long does it take to break even? How many are loss-making branches? It takes anywhere between 18, 24, 30 months to break even, depending on the location, etc. More and more, sometimes I think we have been trying to meet the break even within these timelines. So therefore, it will take, I mean, if you add a branch now, so in about 3 to 4 years' time, you'll start to see the profitability, the momentum of customer acquisitions, the mobilization of deposits taking a geometric turn. We have sort of put this up on our website, how, in 0 to 5 years, if I raise about X amount of deposits, in 5 to 10 years, it'll be 3X. In greater than 10 years, it'll be 10X, etc. So the branches are extremely important. They play an extremely important role in our businesses. I think whilst there are a lot of other things in terms of the merger, which I will not sort of get into once we have given the rationale for the merger, etc. But since there are still a lot of regulatory approvals, which is expected, as the chairman said, I think we will keep this for another day, because there will be an occasion where the NCLT will call for a shareholder meeting, and we shall, answer all those questions related to the merger. Customer complaints. I think first of all, I must, Mr. Raman raised his point about his issue. I think extremely disappointed if you have been hurt or if there has been such a callous attitude from our side. We will get into this. I will come and meet you at your place and resolve this issue. So I will request Santosh to fix a time where you're convenient, and we will go to Thane to meet you so that your issues get resolved. As regards our culture on the employee culture, that's been one of our priorities, and that's something that we've been focusing. It's not that we have not. Look, whilst both Ajay and Karthik, both of you have raised certain issues vis-a-vis the employees, maybe what you have faced in your tenure as an employee in the organization, there is also another side of the story as well. But our culture is that we will not sort of say anything about yourselves in a public domain, but we will sort of have a discussion with you. Ajay, as regards your appeal for medical expenses post your retirement, we will examine this. It's something that we probably will have our CHRO to sort of discuss probably with us, and we probably could have a solution to that. I think one of them did ask that, well, with the merger, will there be a concentration risk, and will we be able to even provide home loans? I think that's a very wrong notion, a wrong thought. The reason why we're merging is because the opportunity to grow will be much more. Home loans is one of an extremely emotional product. I think whilst we will have a 35% proportion of our total loans of our total advances in home loans, it's a very secure product, so the concentration can be even higher. So, but at the same time, you know, to sort of explain the dynamics, all our businesses will also be growing. So the proportion doesn't mean that the proportion will go awry. It will be in a range bound, which is very comfortable even from a risk management perspective. So the entire reason why we had announced the merger, and we are all hoping and praying that the regulators approve that, is the fact that the India is going to be a land of opportunity for both banking services and also mortgages, and that's, you know, with our reach, with our balance sheet, with our capital position, I think we will be able to harness this even better to take mortgages to even to the smaller parts of the country. NIMS, you know, has been a range bound, and someone is asking a question as to whether we will continue to maintain at 4%. See, NIM is a function of a lot of things. If you really look at it, it's a function of how we price our loans and how we manage it vis-a-vis cost of funds. I think the bank has always had a wonderful asset liability management. No credit to me, but there's a team, an ALCO committee, which sort of ensures that the pricing is in tandem with the cost of funds. So, and the duration, the modified duration of our assets and liabilities are more or less matched. So if you really look at it, the spreads for the corporate segment, or the NIMS for the MSME segment, or the NIMS for the retail segment, are all reasonably range bound as they should be. Having said that, at a country level, at an entity level, at a bank level, the NIMS change depending on the mix. If you go back 10 years, the mix has been reasonably consistent. Our retail mix was about 53-55%. Our wholesale or the corporate mix was about 45-47%. So therefore, the NIMS were range bound around the 4 to 4.3 or 4.2. In the last 2 years during COVID, for all the reasons that you know, I know, etc., you know, it was a period of uncertainty, and that is what the chairman sort of mentioned at the beginning in his speech. So with so much of uncertainty, and none of us knew what's going to happen. So we had to protect the unknown. So we sort of slowed down some of our retail growth, we slowed down some of our MSME growth, but the ones which we were extremely comfortable, the corporate segment grew very well because there was a huge demand during that period of time. So during these 2 years, the proportion of the business mix has changed dramatically. What used to be 45-47% for corporate went up into the 53-55% or 56%. So retail has come down. So while the segment NIMS are all the same, it's range bound, because the mix has changed, it's come down to the 4%. So we believe the proportion, the NIM outlook is not so much, you know, if it is consistent, then you can have an outlook, but it also depends on the proportion of how the businesses are moving. We believe as the economy is opening up, we are a player in the Indian economy. Consumption is one of the drivers of the Indian economy. So slowly but surely over the next 12, 18, 24 months, the retail proportion should go back to the pre-COVID levels. Then you should see the margins around the 4 to 4.2. With the merger, the housing loans margins are lesser. So then you will have a different range post that. So you need to look at not as what NIMs are, but what is the return on asset? Is the bank continuing to run its businesses with a stable 1.8 to 2% return on assets? If that is the case, that means it's all right. So the appeal to a lot of investors is that we sort of look at it holistically. We do have a lot of recoveries every year. Large part of the recoveries is from the retail, because that's what moves from on a programmable basis. As it moves to NPA, then it gets into an upgradation or recovery or into write-off, and then we recover from the write-off since one of the shareholders did ask about what is the larger proportion of, or the sector or the segment which contributes the recovery from the write-off loans, it's largely the retail loans. Because we don't have too much of corporate exposures which get into that kind of a mode. Yeah, end use monitoring. A lot of questions, or one of the shareholders did ask about the end use monitoring. I think, we have a very strong risk management or credit management. That's our USP. We have our credit administration department, which also sort of monitors a fair amount of end use of where the funds are going. We have a very established way of doing that for the corporate side, for the SME side. Retail, yes, to the extent that it's interbank transfer or within the bank, it's very easy to do that. But individuals can also withdraw cash, and then that may not be so that easy to understand where they are using that. To that extent, there will be limitations. That's something that we need to all understand. On a lot of questions on CSR, I think we have a board-approved policy of where we spend on CSRs, where and we are pretty proud of the areas that the committee of the board, and this is driven very actively by the committee of the board, the CSR committee of the board. One of the challenges that we have is to ensure that, and that's the kind of a direction that the board has given, to ensure that we not only deploy these funds in projects which has a substantive impact to the social strata of the economy of the country, but also have an impact assessment constantly done, so that we know that the end use of such funds is directed to the right cause. Now, I want to sort of add to what Vinayak Bapat has been saying. I know, and you have been saying this, that we have not met the shortfall of the 2014 and 15 of 131 odd crores, or 113 crores. You're right, we have not. The reason for that is, see, I can just add another 113 crores. I can put it into a particular NGO, give it to them, etc. Much as we all would like to believe that we are mature in our project in implementation, frankly, it's still in the infancy stage. When you look at the partners, when you look at the integrity of the partners, when you look at the impact assessment, all this takes time. So availability of funds is not a problem, but trying to channelize them to the right causes and trying to ensure that we have a lot of integrity in its deployment and we have a proper impact assessment will take time. India is not geared. We don't have partners who can do that so extensively. You may have a view. We have seen it that we want to deal with only the right ones where we have a lot of comfort. But having said that, let me give you this comfort that we may we take your point and we can have a glide path as to how to catch up on this with time, maybe in about 3 years' time. But more after we get a lot of comfort on the partnerships that we have and how we deploy these excesses or the shortfall that we have not covered, even though there were no regulations at that point in time. I see your point, saying that we need to be like Tata's, etc., holier than thou, but we're not yet ready. Tata's probably have years, more than 100 years of running this kind of a philosophy and philanthropic activities. So they have a lot of resources and networking and institution to do that. We are just building it. It's just 5-7 years. It'll take another few years before we can have that kind of the stature to do that seamlessly. Well, this is a question that keeps coming about on the contingent liabilities. Let me just address this once for all. One of the key components of contingent liabilities is the foreign exchange spot, foreign exchange forward contracts, derivative contracts. So when you buy any foreign exchange, there is a rupee leg and there is a dollar leg. So you have a contra. So the way it is accounted for, the notional amounts are all added to as contingent liabilities. Don't ask me why, but that is where the accounting standards insist that you need to take the notional amount. If suppose 100 rupees is the equivalent amount, both will come in as in the contingent liability. But the risk is not on 100 rupees, because the risk is only on the differential, and the market risk is only on the differential, or the credit risk is only on any exposure on the other person, probably if he runs the counterparty risk. So frankly, the amount should not sort of scare any of the readers of the financial statements. That's how it is. We have to follow that. But when you look at the risk weights that goes into these contingent liabilities, it's very small. A customer contract it could range between 0.5 to 2% as a risk weight. That itself demonstrates that the risk is smaller. And as a bank, the philosophy of the bank, and if you look at our treasury philosophy, they've never taken too many open positions. The net open position is very, very small for the kind of size at which we run our operations. So, and these contracts is because we are one of the largest players in the trade businesses. There's a lot of trade that's happening, whether imports and exports or bills for collection. And then we utilize that opportunity to have, provide hedges to customers or companies, and then we lay it off in the interbank market. So that's why you have a larger proportion of contingent liabilities, and that's one of the key components of the contingent liability, why it's up by about 40%, is one of the investors had asked. In terms of a lot of questions on the segment profitability, I think I've alluded to it as to why during the COVID period, both in FY 2021 and 21-22, the segment which sort of really grew was your corporate book, and that's why the wholesale segment is up. In the same period, as I mentioned, because there was so much of uncertainty, we clamped our retail growth. And when you clamp our retail growth, obviously your book starts to deplete because your new book is not adding. And then, yes, we were also impacted by COVID. We had a lot of our customers, especially the non-salaried segment, which were impacted by COVID. And so therefore, we had slightly higher losses in the retail segment. It happens during every event. We had a similar event in 2008, 2009 during the global financial crisis. We had it in a small way during the demonetization phases. Whenever there's a natural calamity, we will have a little bit of a spike in the retail NPLs. And now during COVID, it's a once in a 100-year event, and therefore all of you know that a lot of people did get impacted. So this is expected. But relative to the banking system, I think we've been able to manage the NPLs much better than what we even expected, which is commendable, as the chairman said, to the team on the ground level. Q1 performance, I think we have just released the results today. I think, the rates have gone up, as you know, so some of the bonds that we are holding had losses, but despite the bond losses, I think the bank has produced a 19% increase in their profit after tax. So once again, on your behalf, I would like to thank the team which has done that. It's a reasonably healthy performance. Of course, one cannot sort of, even the bond losses are valuation losses. It's not realized losses. So as the bond matures, we recoup all these losses as gains, etc. Credit card performance has been reasonably commendable. Once the embargo got lifted, I think sometime last year, I think the bank has started to ramp up and gain the market share. We are now roughly around 17 to 18 million cards. Our spends have also gone up. It's an industry phenomenon once people have started to spend outside of COVID. Therefore, we are market leaders once again on the number of cards. We have almost a 47 to 48% on the receivables of cards market share. So I think we are back in saddle. It'll take a little bit of time for the profitability to sort of get back to the pre-COVID levels, maybe another 6 to 8 months time. But all I can say is that we are back in that. What is the trend of cost of funds? You know this. I mean, you have seen the chairman also mentioned this with inflation, whether in India or outside India, the rates are on an upward trend. But the good part is if you have, so all of you have read the monetary policy statement of the governor, of the regulator, I think, you know, there is, we probably seem to be in a better position than anyone else in the world. And a lot of good work has been done in a very synchronized manner between the regulator and the government of India. So I think there is surely a trajectory, all things remaining same as we speak, that the inflation numbers, which is forecasted by the regulator, it should be climbing down after September to the pre-COVID levels by March, which means that it'll be at the upper band of their comfort level, which is a very commendable achievement. And if that is the case, then the amount of interest rates that we expect will be there. We will see some amount of interest rates, but may not be as much as what you would see in other jurisdictions like US or in Europe. Yes, I did mention in the annual report, in various consumer interactions with the investors on digital launches. I have mentioned that you will start to see a lot of small things being, launched maybe from July, August onwards, every 3-4 weeks. We do have a plan. I think a lot of hard work has gone in by the technology team over the last 12-18 months to build technology rails. Now, I think the world at large, including the customers, including the shareholders, will start to see the engagement layer, the customer experience launches coming about over the next 3-4 months, such as, we have just launched recently and silently a customer experience hub, which is going to be a much better version of the telephone banking center. We've just launched it for small products like social media, SMS, and emails, and then we'll go to voice. So slowly but surely, the customers will start to experience a better omni-channel experience on how they engage with the bank. We'll be launching a payment app because one of the shareholders did talk about PayZapp, where you don't have, he mentioned about one particular aspect where the cashbacks are not instantaneous. There may be a lot of reasons why it's not instantaneous. It's not because of technology. It's also because of, when you buy a product on an Amazon or a Flipkart, we don't want to sort of give you an instant cashback because you could sort of send that back to Amazon or Flipkart. They will be returned. So therefore, there's a cooling period of about 30 days, sometimes even 60 or 90 days. I wouldn't know exactly, but there is a certain policy there. But having said that, the new payment app, which is I'm not too sure what the team is planning to do to rename this particular platform as PayZapp or any other name, that will be miles ahead of our existing platform, and probably you will have an instant cashback there. So we will be launching a fair amount, not just for the retail side, but also from a corporate e-net banking. We'll be launching a new mobile app. We'll be launching as I mentioned, the payment app, and a lot more for the SME platforms as well. Foreign branches, a fair amount of questions on foreign branches. India is such a large country, and the opportunity here is so huge. We the philosophy right through, not just now, has been, why do we need to dissipate our energies and go out of the country? So that has been our philosophy. That's why if you see our, our proportion of our balance sheet outside, we have about 3 branches, one in Bahrain, Dubai, and probably in Hong Kong, and we have another one in Gift City, so 4 branches, and we have an approval to open in Singapore. But it's just 5 branches. It's just to cater to our non-resident Indians and also to our customers, corporate customers, or who have trade linkages outside of the country. Now, with the merger, we'll examine whether there is merit in opening some more branches, but it's not going to be so significant. The opportunity is so huge. We will continue to be, large part of the business will continue to emanate from India itself. And that will be one of our, that thought process will continue to be there for some time. RBI approval on Ergo, I know we've got the approvals, but considering the fact that this is coming at the time when we've announced the merger, obviously we have shelved this. We don't want to do anything till we get the approvals for the merger, and then we will take the call. Then it doesn't make sense. I mean, now adding an investment in Ergo doesn't make sense because Ergo will come in as a subsidiary of the HDFC Bank as and when the regulators approve. So therefore, it does not make any sense for us to invoke that approval and invest at this point in time. Yes, the chairman did mention about some of the penalties that we've been slapped with by either the regulator, which is RBI, or even SEBI. It is unfortunate, despite the fact that the amount of investment of time right from the board, you should see the kind of intensity at which the board members focus on compliance requirements. Obviously, we have sort of learned it the hard way. I think these are past transgressions or aberrations that have happened. But we can all assure you on behalf of the board and the management that our focus is how to ensure that we are compliant to the T. Yes, there will be some times when there could be a little bit of a aberration or a miss, and it could lead to some amount of penalties. But I can assure you that the focus is so high that over a period of time, I think our wish on this one should be 0. But I'm not sort of committing anything, but this is the way we are working from a compliance perspective. Posh complaints, completely agree with you. It is something that is very embarrassing, very unfortunate. At least I'm happy that things are coming out into the open. At least people have the confidence and people have the courage to complain. That itself is a big step, but still, it's even I agree that it's not a great culture. It's all about awareness. It's all about training. It's all about naming and shaming if at all we find the people guilty. And here it's a non-negotiable thing. Wherever we find people who were proved guilty, we have an independent committee. Not the management does not even get into this. And if that is proved, I think there is a very stringent and severe action, which is severance, of course, but also naming and shaming. Where did we go wrong on the SAT order? Probably we'll have some of our experts write to you as to what happened there. Karthik, you did mention about Gundagiri and sales target. We are a high-performing organization, a lot of execution, focus, etc. When there's an opportunity, if you don't go for it, you will have someone else take it up. But having said that, I am personally driving this. We are against any toxic culture. Wherever we find evidence, we have taken action. Where we don't have an evidence, I can't do anything. But having said that, I listen to you and hear you out. But at the same time, I want you to, keep in mind when you do meet me, I want you to ensure that, you are fair, because you also have to look into your own performance as to why what happened to you and what is the thing. But if there is any evidence, and that is a kind of we have an independent vigilance function, we have a third line of defense, which is audit, which does a lot of mystery shopping, even on employee complaints, on these kind of aspects, softer aspects of our culture. And if we do find, and I can tell you, wherever we have an evidence, we have sacked people, even though they may be great performers. But having said that, it's not appropriate for anyone, including me, to comment on anybody or cast aspersions on anyone without giving an opportunity for the other person to talk about it. It's better to come onto the table, have the other person, and then confront and probably do that. But having said that, I will sort of, have you and talk to you, and I will have all the persons that you have mentioned in the same room, so that it's a very fair discussion that we will have. The chairman did sort of spoke about the consolidation of real estate. Yes, I think there is merit in that. But at the same time, we are also trying to have hot desks. What does it mean? Today, you look at some of our top six metropolitan centers where the time to travel is very long. It's all right for branches. You have no choice. You have to go to the branches because these are all necessary. But all the non-branch locations, we want to try and distribute it across both the central, let's take Mumbai, across the central and western railways, so that people don't have to travel all the way from, say, Dahisar or Borivali to Lower Parel or Worli or Mahalakshmi, etc. We are trying to see whether people can go on to various locations in that route and join the office in plug into the office environment in the form of hot desks. So that's another thought process that we have. But still, I think, as the chairman said, there is merit in sort of consolidating some larger offices under one main thing. Whether we do it in a tower or otherwise, that's something that we will examine as we, as and when we move forward. The economic value added, I think we have sort of had this discussion before. It's there's no accounting standard on the same, whilst I know what it's supposed to convey, but unfortunately it's on a very passive basis. It's something of the past. So we've sort of debated and deliberated this. We were not seeing any merit in terms of depicting this particular EVA. I know one of the shareholders, you sort of may have an interest, but a lot of people, the experts, I'm not an expert on this, I can assure you that, but a lot of people have said that it's a kind of an indicator which is on the wane. Steps for data protection. I think your bank has a very stringent policy on the same. We are probably one of the few banks to ensure that we have a consent architecture. So if we are trying to use data of our customers for any of our analytics or any other meaningful purposes, we do take consent, and we are also joining into the account aggregator framework, where you will have an open consent architecture. So this is something that we are very particular about. In fact, we do have a chief data officer who has recently joined from a data governance perspective, and we also have a chief data security officer whose job is more on the security aspects of data. So the board has cast this as a very important one. In fact, in this meeting and even in the last meeting, the board insists insisted that we have a separate session on that. So they are all seized of this importance of this. Happy to know that the bank is on the same page. We're very cognizant of the data privacy issues. We have implemented, in fact, for the GDPR, which is the European law, we're already compliant, so we know what is required. And I'm sure whenever the Indian data privacy laws get enacted, I think we'll be one of the first off the block to be compliant with that. The chairman has, spoken about the dividend part of it, the dividend payout ratio, why we need to balance between growth and conserving capital. So, from a capacity or a capital utilization, I think one of the shareholders actually sort of responded in his own speech. And you're right. The very fact that that there is now an impending merger subject to regulatory approvals, the fact that the economy is now moving up, coming out of COVID, the opportunity to utilize capital will be much higher. Because when you have a certain, when the growth rates, the risk asset growth rates are greater than the sustainable growth rates, then we start to consume capital. If you look at our trends prior to the raise of capital, we raised capital in 2015, January or February 2015. We raised capital in July 2018. So that's why the capital came down, as you rightly mentioned. And then COVID struck. So the growth rates during these last 2 years have been lesser than the sustainable growth rates, because your bank has managed to continue to grow its profits, etc. So, trying to pay that into higher dividend ratio will be very short sightedness, because we believe that we have a horizon that we will be consuming capital, as that's the opportunity that India provides, and the bank is well placed for that, capturing that kind of a growth. If I do pay, as the chairman was mentioning, if you do sort of step up your dividend payout ratio, you'll be getting into the capital markets when you need it. And, the moment you get into the equity markets, you will have a further higher dilution, and that may have a detrimental impact on your total returns. And sir, you talked about dividend at 15.5. Don't look at returns only from a dividend perspective. I understand from an individual shareholder that that's very important, but look at it holistically. And since you said that you have been a long-term shareholder of the bank, your returns that the share price has given to you is also something that you need to take cognizant of. So the returns, and we are a classical compounding story. There will be times like during this period where you will have a very sluggish return. You will have a sluggish return probably in the past during 2008 and 2007, but largely you take a long-term view as you have been holding the shares. I think it's a very classical compounding story. So the returns that your shares give you, plus your dividend, I think is as healthy as any other entity in the world can give you. Mr. Bapat, I've spoken about the CSR shortfall, and on the IT scale up, you're right. The kind of rap that we got from the regulator was an eye opener. I think the board has directed the management to, and they have a very intense focus through the IT strategy committee and the board in terms of what we do on technology, how we are now progressing on technology, including in whether it's capacity utilization, whether it's new products, new platforms, etc. I think one of the shareholders did talk about our, I must acknowledge, I think on the tech spend, I think Mr. Dipankar, where you did mention about the concurrencies on our mobile app or the mobile and net banking app. yes, as we are, while the utilization is 71%, we also have invested in a disaster recovery, etc. And we are also moving to a different platform now. The microservices architecture are cloud-based, and it's more, Kubernetes-based, so that which you probably would understand, you will understand, and that gives us the ability to scale up and down on demand. So these are some of the investments that the bank has done. But your point is right. Not only you, but someone else also did mention that the investments in technology is going to be on top priority. Yes, relative to others globally, we may be low, but you will start to see that. We don't want to spend for the sake of spending. I think we want to ensure that resiliency and scalability, the two things that is very extremely important from a customer perspective, so that our downtimes are minimized, is something that we are investing. We have the rails in place. We need some more investments on that particular front. So you can be rest assured that the board is, driving this very intensely on the management to ensure that we should never have any kind of outages that we've had in the past, even though it was not so severe as when you compare with other banks. But from our own reputation perspective, it's important. I'm not saying that we will never have an outage, but what we are saying is we try and minimize that going forward. Is data stored in India? Absolutely. I mean, that is something that we are compliant with regulatory guidelines, and I can assure you that all data that goes through our systems are all stored in India. Yeah, as regards deposits tenors, I think when you really look at the composition, the modified duration of our assets and liabilities, it's just about 1.2 to 1.3 years when you take corporate, when you take SME, when you take retail, thus far. And when you see, therefore, large part of our deposits are in the up to 3-year bucket, and that is what we were focusing as an entity. Because whilst we may have, say, 30% of our corporate loans in the longer term bucket, and we may have some portion of home loans which will be in the longer term bucket, we already have, the AT1 bonds, the capital which is there, which is going to be long term. So therefore, we never needed that kind of an extra emphasis on the long term deposits. I hear a point, but now with the impending merger, subject to regulatory approvals, if that happens, if that is going to be a reality, then the bank will start to think of how we can raise long-term deposits as well. So probably there will be an opportunity when the merger happens, as and when the regulator approves the same. So the ALCO, which is the primary body, which sort of determines what are the rates that one needs to offer so that they are able to match, they're able to raise funding to match the assets, which is the Asset Liability Committee. I think they will sort of think about this at the appropriate time when we start to get our approvals for the merger with HDFC, because then you will have a more longer term assets which we need to fund on a longer term basis. There are a lot of other questions which some of the investors have asked. Some are rather granular. I think we will respond to each one of that through our company secretary unit. So please bear with us at that point in time. Including, like how we have launched our express auto loans, we will be launching similar kind of things on the personal loans and other products which are within the bank. Yes, when the merger happens, we will also sort of think through. I probably may not be aware. Maybe HDFC Limited already has plans, and maybe they're already offering express loans for home loans as well. But of course, only on the sanction part, because I would, logically, I would think that the valuations, the property checks will need some more time. So the express loans there will not be up to disbursal. It will be probably up to sanction. You cannot have an express loan including disbursals because you need to check the property, the collateral, the valuation, etc. So some products, it may be feasible, it may not be feasible. So we need to be practical about it. On deposit agents of HDFC Limited, these are under consideration. We are looking at from a compliance perspective whether they will continue. From a regulatory perspective, will they be allowed, etc. I think more or less as and when the merger happens closer to the date, I think we probably will have better clarity on that particular front. But we are seized of the fact that these are extremely good agents, and if we have an opportunity, we'll be more than delighted to sort of patronize these agents as well. That's a commitment from our side, but we're just awaiting regulatory clearance on that. Attrition. I think a lot of people have talked about attrition. Yes, it is. I think around overall attrition is about 19%, but there is a certain higher attrition in the youngsters, etc. There is a higher early attrition, which is pretty high and a little bit embarrassing. You are spot on, and that is an area that we need to focus. If you really go back in time during the COVID period, it was under control. And because the bank is very humane, we never let anyone go. We paid bonuses and incentives and salary to every one of them. But as the economy has been opening up, I think we are seeing a lot of poaching happening. The bank has, one of the travails of the bank has been that if you are a market leader, you are the favorite poaching ground for all the competition entities. But having said that, whilst that may be true, and there is conscious HR strategy that anyways you are having a certain inherent rate. People will poach. People will pay whatever you pay. They will pay slightly more because it's a very trained resource. So all leadership companies in any sector you take, this is one of the malaise of the travails that we have to go through. But having said that, there are a lot of other curable ones which I think we can address, be it in terms of how do we provide a career path, how can we reduce the number, increase the unit pay of some of these youngsters, etc. How do we, one of you did mention about whether we can create a school for training. There's nothing which we can do. We will try it out. But let me also caution you that even when you train and you sort of put in so much effort, it's going to be even more tougher for us to retain because the competition is waiting for that, for such trained resources. So it's not an easy solution. It's very easy to sort of, all of us to say that we need to get down attrition. I think we are all working hard between the respective verticals and the HR team how to minimize this. We cannot make it zero. This is ground reality. But it is something that is top of our priorities, both at my level and at the board's level, how to reduce this attrition. But more as we go along, probably let's hope and pray that we are able to execute our thought processes and let me test it out. I would love to get it down, but we will have to test out whether our initiatives which we are taking really meets our expectations. But having said that, it's a global phenomenon. You take the IT industry. It's ridiculous where all of them, whether it is the top IT companies which you and I know, or whether it's some of the big tech companies, all of them, or institutions like us, all of us are having similar issues. I think this is not just an India phenomenon, but a global phenomenon. And I think all of us are struggling to sort of deal with it. But I'm sure at some point in time, things will settle down. Hopefully, there will be sanity in this particular space. People will start to realize. I think we will have to talk to our cohorts in the competition to say that, look, I think we are just unnecessarily increasing wage inflation for no rhyme or reason without any productivity increase. So hopefully, I think sanity will prevail, and we should start to see better attrition, manageable attrition levels, not just for us and even in the industry levels as well. By the way, our attrition rates could take at an overall level is much lower than other peer banks as well. But that's not to say that we are comfortable. We have a job to do, and we will sort of have a plan to minimize that. I think more or less, I think I'm just coming to the, no, there is, oh yes, I think one of the shareholders talked about the fact that the HDB and HSL shares are being traded in the gray market, and how did they get it? We have not issued anything to the public. These are all, there is a certain amount of ESOPs which you understand, sir, that when the employees have obviously, if they've been holding for a long time and they've not sort of, they need an avenue to monetize. So there are these brokerages, but they may have sold this too. So that's how the gray market for these shares are happening. There's nothing to do with us giving shares to these brokers. The IPO plans is something that we will contemplate after we have absorbed. We've got directions from the regulator after we absorb the merger, as and when the merger happens, and then we'll think about it. Whether we will be distributing it to the existing shareholders of the bank is something that we will sort of examine. I'm sure the board will examine at the appropriate time. Online frauds. This is something that we are fighting a large battle. This is a problem. It is a problem that all of us, I'll take this opportunity to even sort of appeal to the shareholders, especially since a large portion of the shareholders who are there on this call are all senior citizens. I think we need to be extremely careful because there are, earlier on there used to be thieves who used to come and sort of rob our belongings when they walk into houses. Today, they have a nice digital platform. It's now a business model. It's a business model which is thriving extremely well, and they are looking at soft spots. So, it's not about the bank. The bank is just a conduit. Unfortunately, what happens is the online frauds, which most of you know, but someone who does not know this, we get calls saying that our electricity payments are due or our telephone payments are due. And we are gullible enough to say, oh, yes, it is due, then can you, and the caller, masquerades as if he is from the electricity board. And he sort of says that, okay, I'll send you a link. Please click on this link. The moment you click on this link, you're actually giving control of your device to that particular person. So I need, whilst we have been, propagating a Muh Band Rakho campaign, which means that please don't open your mouth, don't share your passwords, don't share your account details, don't share your credit card details, whoever it is, including to your own family. I think we need to ensure that we are highly protected. We have done a lot of campaign, but we still feel and sad that a lot of our customers are falling prey to these fraudsters. And then because of that, you have willy-nilly shared the OTPs that come onto because you are fed in all the details when he has asked to click. So please be careful about it. This is a menace that it's not just we are facing, but the entire banking system is facing, not just in India, but globally. We are trying to do a lot to protect our digital platforms, on a very proactive basis. We are having a lot of wrappers around the platform so that the fraudsters cannot view even if they take control of the device of your phone or a laptop or an iPad or a desktop. We're trying to see how we can protect. It'll take some time, but until then, the only way that we can sort of help the customers is to step up our awareness campaign, which we are doing, and we need even all of you who are there to spread the word. So this is a problem. This is something that we are trying to minimize, but we need help from customers as well. I think more or less, I think, yes, I do acknowledge on the service first culture. This is our priority. We're not perfect. Whilst we have brought down the complaints in the last 2 years by 30% each year, but that's not enough. We are not sort of complacent about that. We are not sort of satisfied with that. So, which is the reason why we are having it as a priority. And, we have initiated on our own a couple of years ago the bottom NPS net promoter score, and the picture is not so good. We may have improved, the trend may be good, but still we have a long way to do. We have a lot of detractors. So obviously there are a lot of things that we are trying to do. We're trying to attack in terms of the speed of response to customers for their financial needs, for their queries, for their instructions, for the complaints, etc. And that is just a discipline. That's just the roles, trying to tighten the roles and responsibilities of the supervisory architecture. In addition to that, we're trying to see how more and more services can be migrated to the technology platforms directly, so that they don't have to come to the bank for their services and then get worried about the execution of that. As I mentioned, we have launched the customer service hub. It should sort of change the way customers deal with the bank, but it's going to be a phased launch. The moment maybe by December, when we start to take the voice calls into that, I think customers should have a better reaction and response time from the bank. But I can assure you, I am happy to sort of interact with you if you are the expert on that, because we need a lot of help and we are going all out. We are relentless on this particular aspect, not just me, but also the board and all the senior management. We're working harder on that, where we have not reached the perfect state as yet, and this is something that we will continue to work on relentlessly. Credit card reward points, why should it be expired? I don't have an answer. I mean, obviously, these are decisions taken by this, but point to ponder. I think we'll examine that if there is any economics that sort of help us. But I understand where you are coming from. Probably as a customer, even I may have expressed similar kind of a voice some time ago, but we'll re-examine this. I think more or less, I hope I have covered most of the answers. I may not have covered other micro granular details. Sorry about that, but surely through our company secretary, I think we will try as much as possible to reach out to each one of you by email. And if you have any further questions, happy to sort of take them on the email through the year as well. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for all your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi. I hope we have addressed most of the queries in fair amount of detail. However, if something is still left out, apart from that, we have noted that which were more granular in nature would be replied separately. Feel free to reach out to our secretarial department by way of an email, and full replies would be given. It's been a long day for the shareholders. You have been very patient all through the day, and I'm grateful for that. Before I conclude the annual general meeting of the bank, I reiterate that the window for voting at this meeting by the members will be available for the last 30 minutes after the conclusion of the meeting. I request the members who have not voted to vote before the voting window is closed. Thank you. The board of the bank has appointed Mr. Narasimhan, practicing company secretary, as the scrutinizer to supervise the e-voting process. I authorize Mr. Santosh Haldankar, the company secretary, to receive and declare the voting result. The result of the e-voting along with the scrutinizers will be declared within 2 working days of the AGM and would be communicated to the stock exchanges and also published on the website of the bank and NSDL. I thank all the members for attending the 28th annual general meeting of the bank and declare the proceedings of the AGM as closed. On behalf of the entire board and management, I once again appeal to the members to take care of themselves and be safe.